Conservation Commission to order. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law.
I'm sorry. Hold on. You're not on the air yet. Just give me 1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Okay, you're good. Go ahead.
All right.
Sorry.
Thank you. It's 7:02. I'm going to call this meeting of the Lunenburg Conservation Commission to order. In accordance with the requirements of the open meeting law, please be advised that this meeting is being recorded and broadcast over the Lunenburg Public Access Channel at a period. The town of Lunenburg, in response to COVID-19 coronavirus, is currently following the guidance from the Lunenburg Board of Health, Massachusetts Department of Health, and the CDC regarding the virus and steps communities can take to prevent the spread, and all town facilities are currently somewhat closed to the public. In accordance with the governor's open order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, all public meetings are being conducted remotely. This meeting will be broadcast through local cable access channel on Facebook Live on the public access Facebook page, and will be able to be found on the Lunenburg Access YouTube channel within 24 hours after the meeting. To participate remotely, members of the public may use cell phones, tablets, or computers with audio and video capabilities. The Zoom meeting ID is 889-4321-0023. No participant ID or password is needed. Just press pound when asked. All participants who are not members of the commission or staff will be muted by the chair. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to request to speak. To access the raise hand feature, open the participant list by clicking on participants. To raise your hand, click on the button at the bottom of the participant list. The chair will call on you and unmute you. Telephone audio users may dial *9 to request to speak after joining the meeting. Members of the public must give their name and address before they begin speaking. Please direct all comments to the chair. If you have trouble accessing Zoom or have general questions, you can send an email to lcc@lunenburgonline.com during the meeting. Emails containing questions or comments that are to be read aloud at the meeting must be signed with full name, address, and phone number. Please be aware if you are using video, other people will be able to see you, and anything that is broadcast will be recorded. The agenda lists all topics which may be discussed at the meeting and those reasonably anticipated by the chair. Votes may be taken as a result of these discussions. Not all items listed may in fact be discussed, and other items not listed may also be brought up for discussion to the extent permitted by open meeting law. Each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. So first we'll do a roll call to make sure who's present and that everyone can hear everybody. So I'm Bob.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to let you know I was checking emails and I did receive one from Commissioner Luck. He will not be able to attend the meeting. So what I have done is for all the members, if you check your email, I have forwarded you questions that he had on hearings coming up.
All right. Thank you so much. I don't know how I'm going to handle that during the meeting.
If you like, just ask me if he has anything and I'll keep his email up and read it.
Thank you so much. All right, so back to the roll call. Ken Jones?
Present.
Rich Birch?
Present.
Katie Childs?
Present.
Carl Luck's not going to be with us. Jack Rabbit?
Here, Pleasant.
And Jeff Viviano?
Present.
And Mike LaRouche had submitted a talent bank form and expressed interest in being a member of the commission. And Jeff was appointed. So first of all, I'd like to welcome Jeff Viviano as our newest member.
Yay.
Jeff had been an associate member before, and Mike has expressed interest in being an associate member, although Later in the meeting, I'm going to want to discuss the name of that position, since it's not a real formal position. But welcome, Michael, also.
Yay, Michael.
Michael, you're welcome. Michael, just to be clear, associate members are free to participate in the discussion up until a point and a motion is made. After the motion is made, then it's just the regular members of the commission. Okay?
I understand.
All right. Thank you so much, Mike. And thank you for for volunteering your time. So, public comment. Are there any public comment from members of the commission? Well, wait, I gotta admit more people. Jack Rabbit.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I did have a chance to watch the Selectmen's meeting last night. By the way, you can access it on YouTube live, at least it was live last night, if you can't get through on the regular channel. And the question came up with regard to our properties appearing in the warrant, the properties being ones that conservation recommended. And apparently, as it's been shared, this is now going before the ethics committee with regard to the whole methodology by which it got placed on it.
That's not accurate, Jack. An open meeting law complaint was filed
Right, by one of our selectmen.
by one of our selectmen, but there's no ethics committee involved.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. I thought they were
Right.
one and the same. Thank you for the correction. So the question,
And Jack, it's an agenda item it's an item on our agenda.
it is?
It is, and we will be discussing it, and we'll be discussing the recommended remedy that was given to us by the town attorney earlier today.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I just, the agenda I pulled up wasn't on it, but maybe I pulled up the old one.
No, it was always been on the agenda.
It's under new business, Jack.
New business says
Is that-
open meeting law complaint.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just extracted the actual hearings.
That's
Okay.
all right.
Thank you.
Was that it, Jack?
Yeah, that's, I just want to make sure we got a discussion going on that.
Oh, and we definitely are going to discuss that.
I kind of thought you might.
All right. Are there any other comments from commissioners? Are there any comments from members of the public? If you want to say something, please raise your hand. Seeing no hands raised, we're going to go to our first appointment, which is Cliffview Terrace, 15 Cliffview Terrace, a field change for deck footings. Matt, what's that about?
Okay, you guys may remember that about a year ago, maybe a little bit less, on 15 Cliffview, we approved a negative determination on 15 Cliffview for Mr. Hoag to do some work on his existing deck. The only thing he did not put in for was he didn't have any replacement work done for the lower portion of the deck, which was closer to the water. Subsequently, what has been discovered by the contractor is a couple of the footings on the lower deck are going to need to be replaced. It really doesn't involve any earth moving or anything like that, but Mr. Hoag wanted me to bring it back to the Conservation Commission so that they would know about it. So he's not replacing like the lower decks, he's just having the footings reinforced. That's it.
That's
You
it.
guys remember on the site, he had the two-tiered deck going down the side of the slope to the water.
I remember that, and you showed us pictures of a footing that was right next to the water, or maybe 2 or 3 feet from the water, and you said he had to just replace that one footing.
That's correct.
And so what's different now?
There's 2 of them.
Oh,
There's one on the opposite side. So I wanted to bring that to the commission's attention as well.
is there any discussion on the part of commissioners?
Mr. Chair, do we have it in writing?
Matt?
Yeah, I didn't put it on the cloud though.
Okay, just want to ensure that we do have the request in writing, where I didn't see it on the cloud.
Hearing no further discussion, I'm looking for a motion.
Make a motion to approve the field change as requested in writing for 15 Cliffview Terrace.
Second.
Second, all right. Roll call vote, Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Bibiano,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
and I for myself. Thank you so much. On to 7.2. Gary Goldrip, Forest Management Planning at Reno Conservation Land, 801 Northfield Road and 215 Chase Road, and Hawes Conservation Land, 123, 145, and 171 rear Hollis Road. Is Gary with us?
Yes. Hello.
Oh, there he is.
Hi.
Hey, Gary.
Hi, Matt. Hi, folks. How are you?
Good. So Gary, once upon a time, you prepared two bird habitat presentations, documents, about that recommended some forest cutting. And we're here to talk tonight to talk about the possibility of actually implementing those, and developing a cutting plan. And for the bird habitat one, for the Hawes land, we'd have to talk about funding source, since I take it after that that will not pay for itself. So
Sure. So, fire away. The management plans, I believe, are all on file with DCR and with your office. Any questions that you have, I'd be glad to answer, but they're ready to go.
I guess my first question would be, you say that it was indicated that the Hawes plan would not, cutting probably would not pay for itself. Do you have any clue what it would cost?
Let's see, this is one with the, right there, with the,
Hollis Road.
Hollis Road.
Hollis Road. Okay, so I believe the plan calls for both the bird habitat patch cut and forest thinning. If you did the forest thinning and the patch cut, you'd definitely be able to generate revenue and cover the cost. But I believe Rich had indicated that you would like to only pursue the patch cut or bird habitat, and that would be too small in itself to make it a viable harvest to generate revenue to cover all of the costs. I think what you're looking at in order to harvest that by itself, you're probably looking at maybe $1,000 to $1,500 per acre to cut it, chip it, and open that up for bird habitat management.
Well, to my knowledge, Rich, go ahead, Rich.
So just to back up, on that property, it was, I think, about 50 acres. With the patch cut and the thinning, that was approximately half of the property. Given the resistance that we hit down on Sunset Lane, doing half of that property, I was thinking when Gary and I were kind of brainstorming, perhaps where it is a bird sanctuary first, we did the two patch cuts. That way there, I had worked with and gotten access through the Lunenburg Water District land, at least verbally, with the district manager. We could come in from the back. We could do the big patch cut. We could update the roadway from the wildflower area back and around to the far side of the field and do the two recommended little patch cuts, which were about 5 or 6 acres of the 50 acres. And then go back at some point in the future and do more of the thinning. But Gary did say to do the patch cuts was not a revenue neutral activity. So he kind of recommended when we're brainstorming to try to attach that project to forest clearing or forest thinning on another project that would help make it revenue neutral or revenue positive. So that was the thinking that he and I had as far as Hollis Road, just doing it all at once. I thought, given what we had run into at the first or the second proposed cutting, we would get a little too much feedback, negative feedback from the residents.
So,
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the other property was scheduled for harvest was what, up on Northfield Road, Rich?
Yes, yeah,
Yes.
it was because that would allow the foresters, when they got in there, they could make the landing zone, which we could update into a parking area right off Northfield. And that was a fairly large parcel of land. And then we could start doing the trail generations from the corner next to the property that we just purchased with the Parks Department from Saliba.
Yep.
And would bring it down almost to Walmart.
And Bright Farms is in the process of donating land in the corner that'll allow us direct access from the southern Saliba property to the Reno property. So, my thought is we could do, because that was also a bird habitat plan.
Correct.
So we could improve it for bird habitat. We could take and make a landing zone so the public can use that land, because right now the public can't use that land because there's no place to park and there's no way into it. We could plan some trails, some connecting trails, so people could park there, go in through the Reno, go up through the Bright Farms donation piece and then up into the Saliba South, Saliba North, and so on and so forth.
Yep, but the access off of Northfield Road is an old abandoned field. It's inundated with a lot of invasives. You could probably get a lot of that invasive material taken out during the course of the harvest. The landing would be in that area, and then you'd have the parking area after the harvest is done and already prepped. So I was just looking at my notes. That parcel, the acreage on the harvest is roughly around 30 acres. My projected revenue generated, gross revenue, was anywhere between $15,000 and $20,000 worth of timber on an improvement, thinning and bird habitat improvement. And then the cost at the Haws probably would be under $5,000 for the chipping and the clearing of the bird habitat. And that all could be incorporated under one prospectus, put it out to bid. And you might be surprised that someone may waive their clearing fees if they have an opportunity to generate revenue from one harvest, and it's a short move from one property to the next. You might not have incur a cost for the clearing of those two little patches.
The place where we cut the first time, which was Small Town Forest, we got a tremendous amount of public pushback on that. But that was regularly used by the public, for trails. And then the place we proposed a cut, that was Rob's Hill. That also is very, very, very heavily used by the public for trails. Ken, you're more familiar with Hollis Road than anybody else. How much is Hollis Road used by the public for trails? And Ken, you had a comment anyway, so go. You have the floor.
Sure. I think Hollis Road is used more by the people in the neighborhood that access it on foot. I think there has been some more use from the people using the pollinator habitat, but I'm not sure how many of those people are actually getting out into the woods and on the trails, or if they're just sort of in that front section where the habitat is. So I think, I think it is used, but I definitely don't think it's used as much as the Rob's Hill piece. I guess the, question I had through you to Gary was, is it possible to include the work that we would want done for the parking area and also some of the trails, either not, wouldn't be part of the cutting plan, but as part of the contract for the forest practices on that property?
Sure, I think you could incorporate that in the contract with the timber harvest of the purchaser, as long as your specs are laid out in advance and as to what you want, if there's stumping or grading or gravel, whatever those are, we would have to put that in the prospectus.
That's something we could work with you to put that in the proposal.
Yes, so it might, are you like similar to small town forest where at the end, stone was put in and everything was a gate and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's something we need to think about sort of as a commission, is what we sort of envision that property looking like after it's done and what we can include in the scope of the work to do that as part of the project. And even if it means we don't necessarily make as much money, but we're reinvesting the money that we were getting on that same piece of property at the same time.
Sure, because I don't think the small town forest that was in the bid prospectus when we put the timber out to bid, that came afterwards.
Yeah, that was sort of an afterthought.
Right.
I'm going to call on Jack Rabbit.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Two questions very briefly. When we toured the Hawes property, we viewed it as a thinning operation to increase the overall health of the forest in that particular area. And of course, the big bonus was it was ability to provide the bird habitat. Would we consider, after having learned or maybe got our noses bloodied up a little bit, that we put some sort of a neighborhood campaign together to make them aware of it? And on the second part is, do we have to thin the whole thing, or can we thin just enough to gain the revenue to pay for the thinning for the development of the bird habitat? Can we do that, Gary? Or
Yes, to answer your first question, I like the idea of having a pre-harvest walk. I think we did that at the small town forest, and a post-harvest walk is always good. So that could be done. And the question on the thinning, I would either do the patch cuts exclusively by themselves or thin everything all at the same time. If you only cut a portion and leave a portion, that portion that you don't go back to, it's probably not going to be worth it the next time you come through. So I would say make it a practice that you do your patch cuts and then you leave the thinning in its entirety at a later date, just to make it more viable when you do harvest those trees. Where you're adding the other property on the Northfield Road, I think you can use that revenue to offset any costs if there are any at the Hawes. But it's up to you. If you want to thin just enough to cover the costs at Hawes, yeah, I think you could do it.
I have an additional, it's, I recently applied for a grant, or actually last year I applied for a grant, to do trail improvements. And that grant wouldn't be possible without the money generated by the past, by the past harvest. And the same thing we did an ADA grant to put in parking lots and stuff, and and to make trail improvements, it's handicapped accessible. And that grant would not be possible without the money generated by timber harvest. I mean, I think one of the primary reasons the commission really hasn't been able to do that much before now with, improvements to our town property is we have had no source of funds. So I personally am not adverse to taking and I hope to apply for more grants in the future, both ADA and they usually have some kind of local matching or recreational trails program grants. And so I'm not adverse at all to take in doing a harvest someplace where the public is not opposed to it, you know, in order to generate some revenue, you know, as well as improve the habitat and, you know, make it appropriate for birds and that sort of thing. Richard Birch.
I might suggest, Mr. Chair, if we should maybe have a second meeting to just sit down and review some of the properties. I don't know if Hollis Road or some of the more visible and used portions of property are necessarily the best to be garnering income from. We do have the 250 acres up in the northwest corner that is generally not anywhere near as popular or populated, that we could certainly do some thinning and some habitat management up in, that I don't think would be as opposed as some of the more used or more visible pieces of property, i.e. along Northfield Road or up on Hollis Road.
Yes,
But I do agree that generating income definitely helps us springboard into more grants, which allows us to develop more natural areas in town for the townspeople to use.
I would just say that I've spent a fair amount of time in the last month up in the Northwest Town Forest. Quite a few people use that. You know, I was up there because I was mapping all the trails, because we didn't map the trails on it in our first go round. And it looks like we're going to gain access when the former Chick Arrow Farms, as soon as they pull their first building permit, they're going to have to donate that rear parcel to us, and we're going to have direct access to it off of Howard Street. So I'm happy to entertain that in the future, or I mean, you know, we do it at the pleasure of the commission. But I don't see anyone using the Reno property now. And I think, but I do applaud and think it's a great idea, Ken's idea that we go out, you know, do a site walk out there and map out where we would like to see trails, you know, after the cut is over, and put those into the plan.
Agreed.
Other comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman, do you want a vote tonight to, so we can have Gary start working on cutting plans?
Well, I think before we do that, we should do the site walk.
Okay.
Unless you think differently. That's just my idea. I'm one of 7 members here, or 6 members tonight. So,
Gary, how much lead time do you need to work on the cutting plans?
There's really no hurry on my end.
Okay.
I think you have to have that comfort level as to where you'd like to go, what you'd like to do. I'd be glad to help join you, or I'd be glad to tag along and give you my thoughts on each property and what would make sense, and just give you my recommendations. And then after you're ready to dive in, we can write up a proposal and work order for our services.
and I'm going to call on Richard and Jack. I would say that in both parcels, you know, we should identify as part of the, you know, as part of the specs, you know, these are the trails that we want to be open at the end, so they're not covered with slash, you know, at the end of the, you know, at the end of the project. Rich Birch.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to see if we could, before we go forward with the cutting plan officially, to try to have a on-site workshop that the public is invited to. At such time, we can walk the property with other townspeople just to show them, what our ideas are, and then, of course, to get public feedback prior to going forward with the official cutting plan. Because once the cutting plan is initiated, we are on the hook for the payment.
I think that's a fabulous idea, Mr. Birch.
Learning from the past, I think that's probably the best way to proceed. Thank you.
That's excellent. Jack Rabbit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to build a little bit on what Rich had mentioned earlier, and perhaps we do set up a work session where we look at all the properties, and Rich, you cited that one particular one. And let's look at all the properties. We have a big list put together. We resurrect that, and let's map out what is the strategy if we decide to. We're going to have to put together some sort of program in the neighborhood and explain to them why we're doing it and create a PR campaign. And that's one of the things, the walkaways we learned from the last one. But let's start off with a planning session, as you suggested, and let's look at the whole, all the options open to us with regard to property. That's where I think we should start.
I mean, as far as I know, that we've already done that, and these are the two pieces that we've sort of identified.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Then all we would need then is to put together a plan in terms of how do we market this and make it
Right.
acceptable.
Yep.
That's all that.
And I think Rich's suggestion is a great start on that, have a publicly advertised meeting that we put, in the newspaper, just like as if it was a public hearing, saying, members of the public are invited. We're going to be, on the property on this morning, on this Saturday morning at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock or whatever. And members of the public are welcome to come, and we're going to walk the property and, look at trails and cutting and so on and so forth.
Mr. Chairman,
Jack.
before we do that, I would suggest we sit down with Gary and all the people inside and create a scenario for what's going to happen. Why, when 3 years out, this is going to be a magnificent forest. First year, you're going to expect that it's not going to look so pretty. And it's something, explain to the people what's going to happen if we can do this, and have a plan between us all in terms of how we're going to make sure we present this in a fair and balanced light. That's all. Work session.
Further comments from the commissioners? There any even though this isn't a public hearing, is there any comments from the public on this matter? There are no comments from the public on this matter. So I suggest then the next step would be to schedule a work session on a Saturday morning. And that we advertise it in the newspaper. Whoops, I gotta admit some people here. Somebody just, all right. So I think the next step is to schedule a Saturday morning. Does anybody have a suggestion? For a date and time?
Our next meeting is, November 4th?
Our next meeting is November 4th. I don't think we can do this on a date, although I don't know how many public hearings we have on the 4th.
We only have 2 new ones.
2 new ones.
Yeah,
Maybe-
that's it.
Maybe we could do it on the 31st. Are the RDAs or NOIs, Matt?
They're RDAs.
Maybe we could do it on the 31st.
I'm probably not going to be super available on the 31st, so if we could do it a different day, that'd be better for me, but if everybody else
Okay,
can do it.
well, I think since you're the trained forester on the commission, I think you're a key participant.
The 7th would work for me, or, the 7th would work the best, but if we're looking at Saturdays,
The 7th won't work for me.
we could do the 14th would work as well.
Are people good with the 14th?
Gary, are you available on the 14th?
Yes, I am.
All right.
So why don't we schedule for the 14th, and I'm suggesting 9 o'clock, since we're inviting the public.
And that would also, Mr. Chairman, that would also give us some time to talk about that, get it advertised and talk about it at the meeting on the 4th also to give it
Yep.
some more public information.
So I guess then I'm looking for a motion to schedule a public meeting, because I guess we'll have, it is a site walk, but if we're gonna invite the public and advertise, I would think that, Matt, you think we need a vote to advertise, to do that?
Yeah, you do.
All right,
I would make a motion that we advertise to have a public meeting and site walk for forestry purposes on November 14th, it's a Saturday, at Hollis Road and at the Reno property on Northfield Road.
we have a second.
Second,
Further discussion? Roll call vote. Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
and Ken Jones.
Aye.
Thank you so much. All right. 90 Hemlock, requested field change.
Bye, folks.
Thanks, Gary.
See you on the 14th.
Thanks.
All righty.
Thank you.
Good night, Gary.
Yes, likewise.
I saw June Hudson here.
I did too. I'm just trying to call up the plan.
All right, Mr. Chair, before we do that,
Yeah,
I wanted to make note that Joanna Bellata is here, and if memory serves, we were supposed to have them on the appointment calendar too for a field change for the drawdown. That appointment was made, but apparently none of us caught that it wasn't on this agenda, so I don't know how you want to approach this. I know it was set at the meeting. It was set at the meeting previous, not this last one. It was the 23rd, I believe we set it at.
what's your suggestion, Matt?
That's what I'm asking the membership.
Fortunately, where it's
given-
not on the agenda and we knew about it, it's kind of hard to say it's an unforeseen circumstance.
Yeah, the only other thing is that it was set at a meeting, so.
I feel like I'm between rock and a hard place here. On the one hand, we promised Lake Shirley they'd be on the agenda tonight. On the other, that, we would discuss it tonight. On the other hand, it's not on tonight's agenda, and later on tonight, we're going to be discussing, an open meeting law complaint that we had discussed something that wasn't on the agenda. So, Jack Rabbit, you have your hand up?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would treat this as a somewhat of an emergency where it is getting close and the weather's been unusual. I know we had the question with regard to whether or not the DEP would allow us to go through the end of December. I believe that was it, Joanna, was to go through the end of December when the
That's
drawdown?
correct. That's correct. To extend it the 4 weeks, the month of December.
Right. And based on our site walks out in that area, the water really hasn't come down all that much right now on Lake Shirley. And I would think to gain the maximum benefit, we have some folks here tonight when we visited their site. The fan wart was pretty intense and very, very dense. And so I would totally support allowing them to go through the end of December in order to maximize that return. And I know they usually ask to hold the water line at the first, but if you start drawing it down now, you'll give the little critters a chance to move out versus going abruptly. So I would totally support it. And if the DEP comes back and wants to slap us in the hand afterwards, it's a little less chemical that we're going to be putting in the lake as a result. So I would move that we accept the proposal on an emergency basis, Bob, Mr. Chairman.
Before I entertain any motions, I want to ask Joanna, I know you were promised it would be happen. What impact on the operation would it have if we didn't take it up until November 4th?
It will probably impact my mental stability, which is the first thing.
I'm
Because
sorry to hear that, Joanna.
I've just wasted almost an hour of my time this evening that I'll never get back. It's first up. And secondly, I'm the town clerk for the town of Maynard, Mass. So time is very tight for me right now. When is your next meeting? Because
November 4th.
yeah, and I don't know that I'll be available on the 4th with the day after the election to be able to participate in the conversation. And I believe you can discuss it because anything can be added to the agenda that was foreseeable. And isn't LSIC always a place mark on your agenda down at the kind of updates, comments? I thought LSIC was always on your agenda on the last page, the bottom of the page.
It's not tonight, Joanna.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, I used to have it as an ongoing item, and then it was suggested that it be removed because people kept attending the meeting thinking there were items that were going to be discussed, and it was creating some confusion.
Well, and Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, please. You were all part of this conversation. I thought part of the recommendation last year when we ran into this issue with DEP was that we need to amend the order of conditions to add that so it wouldn't be a problem and we wouldn't have to go through DEP for the extension because it was in the order of conditions. That was all part of the conversations we all had last October, and the recommendation from everybody was to do what we're seeking to do.
No, recollection sounds accurate.
Okay.
Joanna, I'm not comfortable. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, but I'm not comfortable as chair. It's not on the agenda. And I'm not comfortable entertaining a motion about it tonight, although I think I'm in favor of the proposal. But I don't see how we can discuss it tonight when it's not on the agenda and it's not, I don't think it falls into the unforeseeable. I mean, this is our error. And I know you've been inconvenienced.
Did you want to do just a special meeting just for that item next week? I can get a Zoom link and we can do a special meeting just for that item.
If four people can attend.
We do next Wednesday at 7. We have that one item and then we go. I could post it as it's a general agenda item, so it doesn't need to have a legal ad. I can get a Zoom link from Heather and we can take care of it that way.
Hey, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a change to an order of conditions, correct?
She requested it as a field change, and a field change would be a general agenda item. So the way the process,
A
Go
field
ahead.
change to a specific line item in an order of conditions? I think we may be underestimating what is needed to be done to physically change the order of conditions. Because this is a specific line item they are asking relief for in the order of conditions.
no, I understand, but the commission asked to have it put on as a field change.
I wasn't.
I don't think you were at that meeting when it happened.
I think I was.
Mr.
But
Chair,
I
if I
mean,
could ask the-
regardless, it is a change to an existing order of conditions.
Joanna?
Mr. Chair, if I can ask through you for Mr. Bursch's feedback, he was the one that recommended we do this last year. So I don't understand that it was a concern of last meeting and it's a concern this meeting. So I'd really like to understand what his concern is so I can have it addressed for whenever we meet again. Because I'm doing what he requested I do.
Yeah, I guess I don't remember asking you to request a field change for an order of conditions. In my recollection, we had talked about we can always change or relieve you of that from December 1st to December 31st any year that you come up and have the issue. I was not comfortable then nor now with just a blanket change to the 31st of December moving forward. So
Well,
I
if it's
don't
just,
think I ever had said that we would just do this as a field change while I was chair. Of course, anything would happen now, but we're still doing a change to a line item in an order of conditions, which I don't feel is done as a field change.
Actually, if I recall correctly, what we did was, now that you say that, was that if it needed to be done on a year-by-year basis, you could come in for an emergency permit.
Exactly. That's what the way we had set it up when we issued the order of conditions.
And I mean, an
In
emergency
either
permit,
case, I mean, again, we can certainly go forward and review a change to the order of conditions, but that's not a general field change. That's a change to a listed order in an order of conditions.
well, I think you could reasonably approve it for this year as an emergency permit. I can issue the emergency permit and we could do the amendment at a later date at a meeting, like this calendar year.
Yeah, we certainly can. And that was at least personally, that's the way I had intended to do it. If the need arose on, 2 weeks before December 1st, if the water was clearly not going to make it to their target level.
And that way, Joanna, you're covered for this year.
No.
And
let's-
then we firm up the procedure for next year. And then, like after the election is over, we do a more formal meeting that's advertised and we seal up the change to the order. And if the commission votes to issue the change, we issue a formal amendment to the actual 5-year permit.
So Matt, if we do it as an emergency permit,
The issue is Shirley Conservation, who we also have to go through, Rich. As you remember last year, would not approve it as an emergency. They did not agree with you that it was an emergency. They felt that it should be something amended on the order of conditions. You spoke with that chair. And everybody agreed to that same statement and recommended that we come and do this because Shirley does not feel that because your dock might get ruined, you can't rake your beach, does not qualify an emergency situation that the DEP would govern. She was very adamant with you on that. You spoke with her personally.
I didn't speak with her about changing the order of conditions. To that end, Joanna, have they changed their order of conditions to issue you with the December 31st date in perpetuity?
They have not as of yet. We're on their next agenda.
Okay. Well, as we did last year and have offered to do again this year, we could certainly extend it to the 31st, but it sounds like your issue is with Shirley, not with Lunenburg.
Right, so, but let me ask you, because if we do that, Shirley just says, go ahead and do it, but then you hold us in violation of our condition. So, and Shirley says you can't do that because you don't control Shirley's order of conditions, but you asked us to stop based on the fact that Shirley wouldn't allow us to do it.
I think you had to stop because Shirley wouldn't allow you to do it. It had nothing to do with us.
all right,
But unfortunately, I don't think, and the rest of the commission can weigh in, I don't think we can do the change of the order of conditions tonight where it's not even listed on the agenda.
Jack Rabbit.
I'm doing the math. If you allow them to start November the 1st and they have to end up December the 1st, that's 3 inches a day without any setback. They won't make it. I believe, what are you, Joanne? You pulling 6 feet? Is that what you're trying to go to this year?
Yes, we try to go to more, but
Yeah.
yes, we usually get to.
It is truly an emergency situation. They're going to have setbacks. We're going to have rain. You're not going to meet your intended agenda. I mean,
Correct.
target. And so that's why we're not suggesting a change to the order of conditions. I'm simply saying that if we declare an emergency, now, Joanna, I think you'd probably have to go back to like the Shirley Conservation Commission and say, can we get that?
Which she is.
Yeah.
She's already slated to go on their next meeting. That's why I'm saying.
Joanna, when is their next meeting? When is Shirley's meeting?
That I don't know. Wendy Gendron has that.
Yeah. So if we voted again next week as an emergency, I think we're fine. We won't get chopped. And next week, with that extra 30 days, they should be able to hit their target. But right now, they shutting it off December the 1st. It's highly unlikely. And you can't go more than 3 inches a day. That's the state, that's the law, GEIR kind of thing. So
Correct?
the numbers, we need, Mr. Chairman, excuse me, I would totally support meeting next Wednesday for a quick brief Zoom, and we're in and out.
And this will be the third year with no drawdown, third year in a row that we haven't been able to achieve drawdown due to weather.
Yeah. And for
Well, if we
Fayette,
meet next week and simply approve it, and it is approved, then you could do it that way. And then we go further down the road and do the actual formal amendment and get that procedurally taken care of.
Okay, I want to cut this off. It's not on the agenda. I'm looking for a motion to schedule a emergency meeting next Wednesday a special meeting next Wednesday at 7 PM.
So moved.
We have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
and I for myself. Sorry, Joanna. On to the Hudsons, 90 Hemlock, request for a field change for a oh, that's the wrong screen. Are you guys now looking at 90 Hemlock Drive?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, good. I couldn't tell from what I see. So, Bill and June, you want to tell us what you want to do here?
June, you there?
June's muted right now.
Oh, let me unmute her. June, can you please unmute yourself?
Okay, we tried to, it wouldn't do it.
Oh, you did it now.
Yep.
Computer issues. We're looking to put a 250-gallon propane tank in the ground for heat for the home.
We just forgot to add it when we did the whole thing, so,
When we went to the heating contract, bill with propane versus oil because it's more efficient and more clean for the environment. So
Questions or comments from commissioners?
This is underground, correct?
correct.
Put back up and that's around it.
Seeing no questions or comments, are there any questions or comments from the public?
Where's the 30-foot line? Bob?
The 30-foot line is way back here somewhere.
It's actually where the septic tanks.
30-foot line is back here somewhere.
The problem with putting it on the 30-foot line is that it's too close to the house. And if you put it a little further back, not quite as far towards the water as it is now, it's directly in the path of where you walk past. So it's kind of a trip hazard.
Excuse me, June?
Yep.
Did the fire department basically dictate that location?
No.
We spoke to the propane, 3 different propane companies. Their suggestion was there, to keep it away from the septic system, to keep it away from, home and possibility of any other electrical lines that could be, put in the ground.
Or somebody driving into it or anything like that.
So you with
Anything
it?
else, Matt?
Nope.
I'm looking for a motion to approve then, based on the lack of comment.
Mr.
Jack,
Chairman?
have it.
Yeah, sorry about Mr. Chairman. Is there a possibility that the tank could be moved closer to the road where I believe there's more room for getting it 30
So
out of the water?
if we did move it closer to the road, it would have to go,
You have to go right next to it. There's a lot of tree roots on the property. So it would have to go up more towards, trying to think of a marker here.
can you see the arrow?
No, they can't see our arrow.
So if where the intersection where the boathouse is,
Yeah.
above the boathouse, there's a big oak tree.
When you say above, are you saying inland or
Inland,
More towards the driveway.
more towards the driveway.
over here?
A
Yeah,
little bit back.
Over here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little bit further, but anyways, the underground wiring is going in. So therefore now you're within 10 feet of that.
Okay, so why
And
not the
they're-
outside of the driveway?
They're
But-
also afraid of somebody backing off the driveway and hitting it.
It's
So they
underground.
want you away from the driveway area.
You'd have to put crash protection in bollards around the bulkhead of the tank because
Right, so
if it was in the vicinity of the driveway, you can't just
you did
have it
move it to the
unexposed.
right-hand side, that backup section, then it's just on the opposite side of where it's gonna
Connect in the house.
connect into the house.
So after speaking to 3 companies, they all suggested to go where we've indicated.
It's
Is there
inside,
any
the
other
lim-
further comment?
it's inside the limit of work as, the original plan
working,
showed,
yeah.
right?
Yeah,
I'm looking for a motion.
I would make a motion that we approve this field change for the propane tank at, on Hemlock Drive.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Further discussion? Roll call vote. Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Rich Birch. Rich, did you vote? If you voted, I didn't hear you.
There, huh?
Katie Childs,
Aye.
and I for myself. Okay. On to our first public hearing. If
thank
Rich-
you.
If Rich comes back, he can,
Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir.
before you do the public hearing, did you want to take a vote on the minutes of the meetings?
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. I'd like to vote on the minutes of August 19th, 2020. We have a motion to approve.
I would make a motion, we approve the minutes of August 19th.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, roll call vote. Katie Childs,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Technically wasn't present, so I guess I'm not
But-
sure how to.
You could vote on it if you want, but you're free to abstain.
Okay, I'll vote aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
and I vote aye for myself as well for myself. I hope that was everybody. September 2nd. Looking for a motion.
I would make a motion that we approve the minutes of September 2nd, 2020.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. September 16th, the meeting that didn't happen, but I wanted minutes out of an abundance of caution because it was stated at that meeting that the meeting was moved to September 23rd. Motion to approve.
I'd make that a motion.
Thank you. Second.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Carl Luck. Oh, Carl Luck's not going to vote. Jack Rabbit, Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I vote aye for myself. And finally, September 23rd, a motion to approve.
I make a motion, we approve the minutes of September 23rd, 2020.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. And I'd like to thank our conservation administrator for his work on these minutes. One of these meetings had 18 public hearings. I don't think since I've become chair, we've had a meeting with less than 10 public hearings. And it takes a lot more time to do the minutes these days. So thank you so much, Matt.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Chair, there are two hands up, just a heads up.
All right, thank you. Alan Moore. Alan, go ahead, Alan. I see your mouth moving, but I don't hear anything.
Okay, can anybody hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, my name is Al Galla to represent Mr. Alan Moore. Al Galla from Galla Simon and Associates. We're the ones that prepared the plan that was filed for the request for the termination.
And you're on our agenda tonight, but you're not the first public hearing.
Okay. I'll just,
You are the 189. Where is he?
Fourth one, number 4.
Number 4. Okay. Who's 978-868-4445? You have your hand raised. Oh, that's you, Alan Moore. Al, I would ask you to wait till you get to the public hearing. And I can't hear you. If you're using a microphone, I can't hear you. All right. Who's Alberto Galla? Why is your hand raised?
that would be.
He was the agent for.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to lower that hand.
Galla Simon Associates.
All right, thank you so much. Pursuant to the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a request for determination by Tina
Marama.
Thank you, Marama, Allen and Clifford Allen for work at 1370 Mass Ave. The work is for clearing of vegetation and placement of a shed in the buffer zone. Is someone here for this application? Please raise your hand.
Mr. Chair, if the commission will recall, the Maramas informed us on the Saturday sidewalk, they weren't going to be able to make the hearing due to Mrs. Marama's medical surgery that's taking place actually probably as we're speaking.
Okay.
So we said, you said we call up the plans and take a look at the plans. And the plans are on the cloud.
And so we do have plans on the cloud?
Yep, we do.
Excellent. Well, let me see if I can find them. This is 1370 Mass Ave. Sketch plan, is that what I'm looking for?
Yes.
Let's see. Please bear with me. Okay, here we go. So let's see. Share screen. You guys now see the sketch plan on your screen?
There you go.
Thank you.
So you'll notice the yellow triangular shaped line that was scaled in for the 30-foot no touch zone based on this plan that was their as-built from their septic system. And the as-built from when the house was originally built from our original order of conditions on the property. The first box under the triangle shape with an X to it was where the original proposed shed was located. And then as we went on site, we had noted that they had staked it in farther in on the property to move it out of the 30-foot no touch zone. The two boxes below highlighted in orange is an area in the 30-foot no touch zone in front of the tree line that's loaded with nothing but Japanese knotweed. The Japanese knotweed they're looking to remove.
Comments or questions from commissioners?
Oh, the other thing is on their determination, if you look at the orange triangular, which is the 50-foot no structure zone, you will see where it's pointed out the existing retaining wall. It's a timber retaining wall. They're looking to remove the timbers and put in stone in the exact same spot. And that's basically right on the driveway. So you've got the wall, the driveway, and then the area where the Japanese knotweed is and grass in between. So, you know, I could have them put up some wattles to take care of that. I mean, there's really no potential impact to the wetland at all. And it's a replacement that's like for like.
Rich Birch.
Matt, how are they gonna get rid of the knotweed?
They're going to go in and they're going to cut it. And what I advised her to do is when they cut it, UMass Amherst Agricultural Extension recommends a stem application with Roundup.
Okay.
So they're going to do a stem application on the Roundup. So essentially you just go in with a Roundup sprayer and spray it by hand. It would have to be done during a drier weather pattern. You don't want it obviously having it done while it's wet or it's a rainy season and it's going to rain within like 24 hours of their application. So that's going to definitely have to be managed. But that stuff is it's confined in that spot right now, but it's thick. And if it's left unchecked, it's going to start going into the area right by the wetland that actually veers off as you go into the property. It's going to start taking everything over. So they want to manage that while they still have an opportunity to keep it under control.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure they were using an approved procedure and not just trying to dig it out by hand. And the second question, where I wasn't on the site walk, the shed is in the 30-foot no touch?
The shed's just out of the 30-foot no touch. The original was going to be, and then they moved it.
Okay, is there any reason why it can't be out of the no structure zone?
If you actually look at the grading on that, that is a giant hill, their backyard. So they'd have to do a lot of work actually leveling out the yard so they could put in something level. And it's a small 15 by, it's under 200 square feet, the shed. It's a very small structure. It's just made for yard equipment storage. It'd be a wooden structure on blocks.
Okay, do they have to grade or do any site work to get it in?
No, that area is flat as a pancake.
Okay,
But if you go up, I was on the site walk, Rich, and if you go, it's a fairly steep hillside, and it's kind of impractical to put it far, because I asked that question, you know, could they put it back out of the 50-foot no touch, and I really don't see how it's practical to do so.
okay, so they don't need whatever equipment's in that shed is just gonna stay down there within the 50-foot no structure zone. They don't need it anywhere else on the property?
No, it's just essentially lawn equipment. They want to get it out of the garage.
Okay.
They have a drive under garage.
Rich, are you done? I was going to call on Jack if you were.
I am, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Rich.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. If I were to read these contours right, if you were to just nudge it out and follow that contour, you could stay close to the 99 foot, or you may go up to 100 feet, another foot. It's not like this is a major climb here. If that's assuming that the topographic lines are correct.
Well, Jack, what it winds up happening is you wind up moving it farther onto the grass. In this area, it's close to the pavement.
Okay.
Jack, you were on the sidewalk, don't you? remember?
Yeah, I do remember. And I didn't think it was all that much of a grade change, and where it was going to be a path and was sitting on a block, it wasn't going to require a lot of earth movement. And so therefore I'm saying you're sitting on a cement, on a cement block, you dig part down, leave the other part up, and you picked up the foot.
Yeah, but I mean, like we've done in other areas where we have a pre-existing lot, this is sitting up on blocks, so it's not creating an impervious area. So there's going to be a space between the shed and the ground.
Yeah, well,
so it's still going to be exposed.
Yeah, my point is, if that's the 30-foot line, and I'm reading it at between 99 and 100, if you were to follow that over to a little bit to the right, you're not having a significant. This is not a big deal in my mind, but I just don't understand why a foot is all that detrimental. And the footpath, it's all grass, if I recall.
If you recall, if they take and they move it to the right, they're going to have to cut down vegetation to put it over there. And it does go up. I'm not sure that the topo is right because it is a climb up there.
Okay. Okay, I don't have a problem. I just don't recall it quite that way, and I'm responding to the topo.
Nope. And the other point that was brought out is going to be for lawn equipment. So it's better to have it close to the pavement instead of having it continually traversing in and out of that shed in a grassed area, because then you start wearing the path. But it has to be maintained.
You wouldn't have it the same in the other place?
No.
Okay,
Fur-
that's fine.
Further comments from the questions from commissioners? Are there any comments or questions from the public? I'm looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
are you able to bring up the satellite view of this property? Because it looks like it's all grass all around the house, so I'm still a little confused as to why we can't.
Let me try and do that, Rich.
Yeah,
I'll give it my best.
I appreciate that.
You want the Access GIS?
Yeah, whatever is the easiest app for you to use.
All righty. Oh, I have that bookmarked, so. And let's do the 2019 aerials. USGS aerials. Those are pretty good. Let's see where we are. Okay, there's Hickory Hills. So it should be right about over here. All right, so let's share that screen. I think this is it right here. Are you guys looking at the screen now?
Yep.
So I believe, what's the address, Matt?
1370.
Right there.
This one?
Yep.
See, and so it's this goes up here. I mean, this is a fairly substantial hill that goes up this way. And you can see over here, they'd have to cut some trees down to put it over here.
Or go further up into the house, up above the house.
Or just go to the east side of the house.
You talk about over here?
Yeah. Again, I wasn't on site. I'm just looking at, I mean, that's where you're going to be using all the lawn equipment anyway. So obviously it's not steep enough. They can't get the equipment from the bottom of the hill to the top to do all their lawn mowing and keep it out of the 50-foot no structure.
I'm gonna go around and ask everybody how they feel about this. Katie, how do you feel about it?
I'm okay with the plan as presented.
Jeff, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I was there with you on the site walk on Saturday, and I'm fine with as it is presented.
Ken Jones,
Yep, that's how I feel.
Rich Birch,
Unfortunately, I see no reason why they have to put it inside the 50-foot no structure zone. They have plenty of space outside the 50-foot, so I don't see a reason to be granting a waiver.
thank you. Jack Rabbit,
My mental note when I visited the site was it really could have easily been pushed further outside to the 50-foot. Real clear in my mind it wasn't going to be a problem, and I was on the site.
yes, you were. In that case, I'm looking for a motion.
I'd make a motion that we approve the plan as presented.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Ken, why would we grant the waiver in this case?
You know, I feel like the shed's in an appropriate spot. It's a flat area. It's access to the driveway. And it seems to be a logical spot to put it.
And I would note it's already a disturbed area. Roll call vote. Rich Birch,
No.
Jack Rabbit,
See no reason, no.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
and I for myself. Thank you. Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40 as amended, in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a request for determination by Peter Cowley at work at 72 Peninsula Drive will be held. Proposes for professional contractor Ramsden to apply 6 to 10 inch riprap stone to eroded shore embankment to prevent further erosion. Apply 1 to 3 inches of topsoil to cover exposed tree and bush roots above the embankment. Cover the topsoil with stone and plant more grass or thyme to prevent soil erosion above embankment. No plan to alter the shoreline. No bushes or trees will be harmed during the work. I think I saw Peter. First of all, let's stop sharing the screen.
There.
I think Peter was here. Saw him earlier anyway. Yes, Peter's here.
Mhm.
Hi, Peter.
Hello, can you hear me?
How are you? Let me, Matt, we have something on the cloud for this, I'm assuming? This is 72 Peninsula. Sketch plan. All righty then. Let me share this screen. All right, so let's share the screen. Everybody see that?
Yep.
Peter, tell us what you're gonna do here.
Well, in the left-hand section, there's an embankment of about 4 or 5 feet coming up from the normal water level. And it's getting undercut by wave action. And so what I'd like to do is add some riprap that during the site visit was recommended to use the irregular stone down near the bottom as a base, and then use the more round stone for the upper part for mainly appearances. I'm only looking at working on the that 25-foot section right in the middle of the property. And then at the top of where we're doing the reinforcement, there's a lot of tree roots that are exposed. So I'd like to put some loam and stone on top of that to protect them.
Questions or comments from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I believe that a number of us did a site walk. We had no problems with it. I love your idea of allowing the riprap to sit underneath and the round rocks being placed on top. It'll be totally consistent with the adjoining areas in terms of that same type of rock look and feel. So I think this is a really good proposal, and I would totally support it.
Other comments or questions from commissioners? Any comments or questions from the public? Hearing none, I'm looking for a motion for a negative determination.
I would move we accept a negative determination with regard to Peter Cowley's property.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. Thank you so much, Peter.
Thank you all.
It's amazing how that's changed down there. I grew up in that house.
You did.
I did till I was 18. I lived there.
I knew you lived along here somewhere. I didn't realize it was Peter's house.
Yeah, I was down there
Oh,
a couple
wow.
weeks before I left. I couldn't believe how much those houses had changed down there.
Yeah, there's a few that have changed.
Yep.
Is it true they threw you out, Rich, at 18?
No.
Hey, the chairman is going to seize control of the agenda again.
Oh, okay. All right.
Pursuant to the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection Municipal Bylaw, a public hearing on a request for determination by Dan Dugas, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, for work at 60 South Row Road. The work is for removal of trees and the placement of a solar energy system within the buffer zone. Is there someone here for Mr. Dugas?
Well, I know he knows about the meeting, and we were at his site Saturday.
We
In
were.
fact, we spoke with him.
We did.
Mr. Chairman, he indicated he didn't necessarily have a computer. He was going to try and phone in if he could figure it out.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And so then
And
maybe,
and let me see if anybody's in the waiting room. No, I don't see anyone in the waiting room.
yeah.
I don't have any emails.
Do we have a plan, Matt?
Yeah, it should be on the cloud.
All right, I'll look for it. I see,
There's
This
a
is-
file, but I don't see a plan.
I see four Word files, Matt. I don't see any,
Yeah, there's no drawing.
no drawing. I don't see how we can proceed without the applicant and without a drawing.
There should have been a drawing on that form. I don't know what happened to it. I know I put something up there. Huh, that's weird.
He said something about he was gonna buy a new computer. Maybe he'll have a computer by, and we can find our drawing, by November, what is it, 4th?
Yeah, no, there is a drawing in the file. So I'll just make sure that it gets on the cloud. I apologize. I thought I had it on the cloud.
And so, at this point, I'd like, to entertain a motion to continue to November 4th.
One quick item also, Matt, I don't happen to see a signature on his application.
That's the basic Word file. His actual application, I had as a PDF. Like I said, I thought I put it on the cloud, but everything's signed, the application, plans, etc.
Okay, I just, like
He
I
actually-
say, the
he actually
application
did a
that
real-
we have is not signed.
Yeah, he actually did a really nice job with it too, but he isn't here, so
I will make that motion, Mr. Chair, that we continue to November 4th, was it?
November 4th. We have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Rich Birch,
All right.
Ken Jones,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. Mr. Moore, pursuant to the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a request for determination by Alan Moore at 189 Hemlock Drive. The work is for removal of trees and septic repair within the buffer zone. Let's find his file. This is 189 Hemlock. Plan, aha. All right.
Can you hear me okay?
And I'm gonna move this over here. We'll blow it up.
Okay.
And we'll blow it up some more, and then I'm gonna share it. Let's blow it up. And let's share the screen. Everybody see that okay? Are you guys looking at a plan? It says sort of Hemlock Drive at the bottom?
Yep.
All All right, good. Well, it's hard for me to tell. I got two monitors now, and it's hard for me to tell what people are looking at, so. So, Al, if I remember correctly, there was someone here representing you?
That's correct.
Yes, I'm Al Galla from Galla Simon and Associates.
Okay, Mr. Galley, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the property is located at 189 Hemlock Drive. It has frontage on Hemlock Drive and sides with Hemlock Terrace. At the rear of the property, we have Hickory Hills Lake. So we were contacted for the design of a septic repair on this property. You'll see in the front, the septic system located in the front yard consists of a 1,500 gallon septic tank with a leaching pit. We performed soil testing on the site and designed the plan that you're looking at right now, consisting of a new septic, a distribution box, and 2 leaching trenches. Now, to accomplish this, we do have to remove the existing tank and leaching pit and perform the work within the shaded area to install the leaching area. We located the edge of the lake. We have the 100-foot line from the water. You can see that the tank and the components of the leaching system are outside of that line. We also placed a couple of flags, 4 flags in the adjacent to the top of the riprap and pull an offset from that, being conservative. And you'll see that the leaching trenches are still outside that 100-foot line. So the request for determination speaks about removing trees. We do have erosion control. You'll see pretty well enclosing the work area, and the trees that are outside of that erosion control. However, we're not able to really tell with all the excavation that will happen there if some of those trees will not be damaged or the roots will be damaged. So at this point, it's not the intent to remove trees, but it could happen as a consequence of the excavation and due to the proximity and the size of the trees. So that's the scope of the work. We are also requesting a couple of waivers from the Board of Health on this repair, but we're informed that we have to go through the conservation first. So here we are. So we are requesting a negative determination from the commission on this project.
Are there questions or comments from commissioners?
What line you are going through, yeah.
Are there questions or comments from members of the public? Hearing none, I'm looking for a motion for a negative determination.
Chairman, I would make a motion that we find a negative determination and approve the plans as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. Thank you. And Alan, good luck to you in your new home.
Thank you.
Good night. Thank you.
On to the next public hearing. Pursuant to the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a request for determination by Stanley Eltowski for work at 29 Fire Road 10. The work is for the removal of trees within the buffer zone. So let's go to the meeting. This is 29 Fire Road 10. Let's see, we have some pictures. Stanley, are you with us?
Yes.
Ah, there you are, right there. Look at that.
Yeah.
I recognize you from the sidewalk.
Ladies and
Now that you
gentlemen.
speak. So Stanley, tell us what you want to do here.
Okay, I have actually 3 pine trees, 2 of them that are leaning heavily towards the house. And all the, 90% of the branches are leaning towards the house. And if these are substantial pines, and if they do come down, it's endangering, the property. And, if we're sitting in the living room, it could come right through the windows, And over the last few years, you can see how they are leaning more and more, If we have a ice storm or something like that, it's concerning that it could fall onto the house.
Jack, you were on the site walk. What was your opinion of these trees?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Myself, and by the way, Carl did write a note to us on this particular section. And if I might read Carl's, so you can have Matt read Carl's if you can. But to answer your question directly to myself, I had, first of all, I liked the idea that he was going to, Mr. Stan was going to protect the shoreline with those granite blocks placed appropriately at the angle. With regard to the 3 trees, I saw a real need for removal of the 2 of them. That third one, I believe, Stan, it's the furthest over, was actually providing quite a bit of shade into the water. And I can't tell you which way the wind's going to blow. You know probably better than I do. But I said, certainly, the 2 of them I would support taking those out and replacing them some other location with something appropriate to, keep them. You have a beautiful piece of property there. You really do. You should be
Thank you.
a slice of heaven. It really is very nice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you want me to read? Do you have Carl's?
Go ahead, read it.
Okay, 29 Fire Road, 3 large trees proposed, 1, maybe 2 makes sense, not 3. Pictures attached. Significant shade to the lake. Need to replant per regulation. That was his comment.
Thank you. Are there other comments or questions from commissioners? Now, Stan, you didn't mention it at the beginning, but Jack, during the site walk, you mentioned you might like to take in where your lawn meets the lake, put some stone blocks to protect the lawn from erosion. And so we'd like to talk about that a little bit. And did you want to add this to this RDA?
Yes, if I could. I drew up a little sketch, and I presented it to, what's his name?
I don't know.
Matt.
Matt, excuse me. I'm getting a little nervous here. But I gave it to Matt, and I don't know if he has it.
Yeah.
And he could probably put it on the cloud so you could see, how is it, how I was going to stack the blocks on an angle and put stone in back of them with
Bob, there are pictures on the cloud of the area that he had given me that show exactly where he wants to place the stone. It's the exact proximity to the water.
I see 4 pictures. Let me see if I can.
Some of the pictures are of the trees he wants to remove. And there are a couple of one is of the cobbles he wants to add, and the other one is of the location he wants to add them in.
Okay, so let me see where is.
Looks like the one with the dock might be where he wants to put the stones in.
it's basically the whole property.
Okay.
Because it's eroding around the dock pier. Also, the dock pier, it's actually sinking, and all along that shoreline, it's eroding, and the sand is coming out and going into the lake, and the turf is falling in.
He did have a considerable undercut problem.
Bob, that second picture looking along the shoreline is the one I think that makes the most sense.
Okay, so.
That one.
Can you guys see that? Am I sharing the right screen?
Yep, that's the one.
Yep, you can see it.
And that's actually, about 6 to 8 inches, drop off, and it's undercutting from the people that, we've only been here 2 years, and the people that owned it before have pictures, and I couldn't find any, and they didn't send me any, but they said it's actually, there are 15 years that they owned a property. They probably lost a good foot of that shoreline, just falls off. And every time I go to, mow it and, leaf blow it, and work around it, when the water's up there, it keeps on falling in. I have to keep on removing the turf. And that sand underneath is washing, and eventually it will, probably come right up to that wall, the retaining wall. So I'd like to address it before, it does get any worse,
Matt, do we have anything in writing from the applicant that says he wants to, other than the pictures?
I mean, he had a sketch, but I had no narrative.
Okay.
The sketch is just a rudimentary sketch of the grassed area that you have a picture of.
Okay. Rich Birch has his hand raised. Go ahead, Rich.
I was just going to ask if we had a sketch of the length and breadth of this additional wall going in along the lakefront, and what was the time frame on taking the trees down?
So, the applicant, when did you want to take the trees down?
It'd probably be later on when the ground is frozen, because the tree company said that, to get a crane in there, we actually have to have a crane. And I have a septic system, and if the ground is frozen, and the crane could, put their pads down and take them out. So it'd probably, be towards December, or January, anytime during the winter. He said he could do it. As long as it's, we don't have 6 feet of snow. But they could get.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Please, I apologize for the interruption, but seeing as we do have some space, I think the sketch that was included was essentially given to me this week. So I'd recommend that maybe we continue the meeting until the 4th. And I can work with the applicant on improving the sketch, because I agree with Commissioner Birch. We need a sketch that's going to show clearly the length and the breadth of the proposal. I see merit in what the applicant wants to do. I just think we need to better assess it and make sure that the documentation is perfectly clear. I think the photos are an excellent addition. I think he did a nice job with it, but I also think that a better sketch added to the file would be called for here.
And Matt, also, when I was on the site walk with the applicant, I suggested him that he's include a profile sketch showing like where is the edge of the grass now, and where would these blocks go relative to the edge of the grass, and how high would it be? While we were there, I was picturing maybe 3 stories. He's showing in the photo 4 stories. So I'd like to be clear exactly what's
Yeah, exactly.
what's being proposed. So I'm looking for a motion to continue.
Mr. Chairman, just one quick thing before we make a
Sure,
motion.
Ken.
Sort of going back to Carl's comment, if we're redoing a sketch and we're adding things, maybe the applicant can put on, where he might want to replant some trees going forward. So we have that documented as well.
Excellent suggestion, Ken.
And I would make a motion that we continue to November 4th.
Is there any further discussion? Do we have a second, first of all?
Second.
Second.
Excellent. Is
Mr.
there any
Chairman,
further discussion before we take our vote?
Mr.
Other
Chairman,
things
do
that
we have
we'd like the applicant to do before the next meeting. So, Jack, go ahead.
Okay, well, I believe we have to ask permission of the petitioner to extend the meeting first, and he has to grant it to us.
Stan, is it okay?
Actually, in this case, I would ask him for it, but because there's supplemental information required, you guys can just go for the continuance on this one. If you actually look at the Wetland Protection Act, that's one of the circumstances where you can continue.
Okay.
But I would definitely, just as a courtesy, make sure the applicant's comfortable with the continuance.
Are you okay with that, Stan?
Yes,
Thank you so much. Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Looks like Jeff has his hand up before we take a vote.
Jeff, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, just one question. Is he going to stack the blocks like that at the shoreline, or is he just going to place one block at a time, just flat across the grass? Curious.
I'm gonna stack them like that on an angle, so if we do have any wave action, that would break up the wave action. And
Okay.
in back of the stones, I was gonna put fabric and then lay like half-inch stone
Okay.
beneath the blocks, so it would, in case the water went in between the blocks, it won't erode anymore with the fabric. Then some, like half-inch stone and the blocks.
So Stan, let me just repeat what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a profile that shows where you plan to put the blocks relative to the existing, as the shoreline as it exists now. So,
Okay. I'll revise this, but I have this.
okay. Well, we need that in a PDF. That's great.
Yeah, I gave one to Matt, but I guess he didn't get it.
So let's work with Matt and be ready for November 4th.
Okay, fine.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. Thank you, Stan.
Okay, thank you. See you the 4th.
Perfect.
Pursuant to the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection Municipal Bylaw, public hearing on a request for determination by Brian Tower at 329 Sunset Lane. The work is for the replacement of 8 timbers on a retaining wall, the addition of a dock extension, and the placement of sand on an existing beach. Is someone here for,
Yes, sir.
329 Sunset? Please raise your hand. Anybody see anybody for?
There's
name
somebody
Tower?
here. I heard him.
Yeah, he's been patiently waiting.
I don't see. I'm seeing. Mr. Tower, or Mrs. Tower, can you speak up?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I hear. Okay, there you are. It says Karen on my screen.
Yes.
All right. So Mr. Tower, let me try and find your file.
Okay.
Here we go.
There you go.
Sounds like someone's dog is chewing on a bone.
Oh, yeah, that's me. You can hear that?
Yeah.
Oh, every word.
I will mute that.
Actually, sorry, guys, that was me. I was chewing my nails. I'll stop.
Everybody see this?
Yep.
Yes.
So why don't you tell us what you want to do here?
This here is can you see the cursor?
I can't see your cursor. You tell me where to go and I'll try and show it.
Is well locks or location?
Existing well?
Nope, down towards the water, straight down.
Oh, well location right there.
Yep. So that dock there in the water,
Yeah.
down. I'm going to extend that 5 feet. It's an existing wooden structure. It's all dilapidated and it's not doing very well. I'd like to add on to it just to make it more usable. The water at the end of it, the depth of the water at the end isn't very deep, so I couldn't put a boat there. I couldn't do anything really there. This other one is a metal existing dock. I was going to extend that one in the spring. I already have a quote to have that done. The retaining wall is timbers, 6x6 timbers. They're all rotted out and they're moving with the splash of the ice. So I just wanted to replace all those. And we've lost a lot of sand on the existing beach. That's all pretty much all sand. The whole area down there is all sand. So we lost a lot of. I was just going to replace some of it, put it back to where it was.
Questions or comments from commissioners? Mr. Rabbit, myself, and Carl Luck and Jeff visited this on Saturday. Jack Rabbit.
Chairman, thank you very much. Just to go through the different pieces, yes, we did have a chance to walk down, and I completely concur that it is fairly shallow in that area. And I would note the need for having an extended dock. The concerns that I would have with regard to the dock is that the one that's over by the well is actually, I believe, they're just pilings pounded into the embankment. And so I'd be concerned that if we're going to go out a little bit further, we're going to be pounding more. Essentially, we're going to dig into the embankment. The old one to the left of that, and we're adding the new section. I think you might be dealing with something similar, and I would hope that you would consider a rollouts or something that is removable, because you will have an ice problem. I did not have a problem with the retaining wall. There was a discussion with regard to there's a 6 foot high retaining wall that was definitely starting to fall down. And there was a small building that was attached to it. And I believe there was discussion with regard to replacing it. I didn't see any real problems with regard to the sand, you're right. There's a tremendous amount of sand sitting in that section. And some of that has actually eroded into the lake itself, and it's interwoven with a pile of fan wart you got down there. I believe our policies have been, rather than bringing sand in and eventually filling the lake out, was to ask the owners to rake that back and pull it out of the lake and utilize that. And while you're also, if you're pulling that out, you'd be able to pull out a whole pile of fan wart that you really want out of there. So I don't have a problem with extending the docks. The retaining wall's fine. I do have a problem with regard to adding more sand.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
The long dock is a rollout now.
Okay.
So they will be adding another section with wheels on it.
Perfect.
The smaller dock is on pylons, but I've had someone look at it and I can cantilever it without adding any more pylons. So, I mean, I'm not changing any physical structure. I'm just redoing what's there.
Yeah.
If
you're going to be cantilevering that out, I have no problem with that. And I'm a big believer in doing that.
Yeah.
Not impacting the embankment.
Yeah, I'm not touching the soil whatsoever by the water.
Yeah. And you're providing shade to the water. The fish will like it.
Yeah. I definitely didn't mention the retaining wall, but I really would like to do that 6 foot block wall like to do something
back.
with it because it is dangerous. It's gonna fall.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, in the back by the shed.
Yeah.
And what do I do about? Go ahead.
My problem is we have nothing in writing. That requests, the replace. I urge you to think, if you want to do that, I urge you to do that as part of this RDA. To save a lot of, having to go through the whole process all over again. While we were there, your wife mentioned replacing the stockade fence. She mentioned the possibility of wanting to do the retaining wall, and she mentioned the possibility of wanting to do something with that storage structure there. I think it is. But
Correct.
We have nothing in writing. We have no plan. And if you want to do this as part of those things, as part of this RDA, I would like to see something in writing about it. And if that's the case, I think we're going to have to, if you do want to do that, which I urge you to do, I think we have to continue this public hearing to the next meeting so you can submit something in writing about that stuff.
Matt, did you get anything in writing for the wall that we were going to put up? Matt, you still there?
Sorry, guys, had to mute myself. The only thing I have was the application that's on file.
Oh, okay. All right. I guess we have to add. Can we start the docks? Or are we on pause for the whole thing? 'Cause I'd like to redo this one while the water's down, definitely.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
as much as I hate to suggest the extra paperwork, if he's going to add this, it's not like it's a minor addition. This is a major addition in scope. So I would recommend that we rule on the docks and we redo a second hearing for a second determination for the others for the November 4th meeting instead of continuing. It doesn't skew his timeline. I can get the legal ad in on time. And we can just simply reconvene with that, with the fresh paperwork. That way the paperwork is in order. The scopes, all the scope in one filing would be all over the place. With two filings, we can keep it a little bit cleaner. It wouldn't really add anything to his expenses. It's just a matter of administrative moves. I have his application on file. I can simply modify the scope with him, which would take all of 5 minutes.
And so Matt, though, wouldn't he have to, pay for a new ad and so on and so forth?
Yeah, you're talking $65.
Okay. So did you hear what Matt's suggesting, that we keep it separate?
So that's fine.
Yep.
Otherwise, if they approve the docs tonight, you can start on the docs right away. If we continue it and add it to one file, it'll make the file a little bit messy, but it's also going to hold up your docs for another few weeks.
Yeah, I'd like to go on the docks and the retaining wall if we could, the wooden timbers.
All right. So is there any further comment from the commission on the docks, the retaining wall, and the sand? Which is what is in the application. Is there any comments or questions from the public on the RDA as Jack?
Mr. Chairman, just that we'd be breaking that down to basically 3 sections. It would be the dock, the retaining wall, and the sand, and we can vote on each one of those separately.
Well, rather than do that, Jack, I'm going to poll the commission, do a straw poll. Rather than doing, I'm not used to having 3 separate. Well, I'd rather do a straw poll and then if there's a consensus, look for a motion on the consensus. So Jack, I think you've made, if I understand you correctly, you're in favor of the docks and the retaining wall, but not the sand.
That would be correct, Bob. Thank you.
Thank you. Rich?
I would go along with Jack's proposal, the dock, the wall, but not the additional sand.
Thank you. Jeff?
How much sand?
I don't know how much of it was actually eroded away. So I don't think that much. I mean, we're talking under probably 5 yards.
Okay. I think if you were to rake up what did erode that's in the lake and maybe top dress it with a couple tons, but I think 5 yards might be a little too much.
Okay. Yeah, I really don't know
So-
what it would take to bring it back to where it was.
Okay. So I would say probably 2 tons would be understandable just to clean it up a bit.
Can someone convert tons to yards for me? I'm in terms of sand.
Roughly 1 to 1.
Thank
Yep.
you. So 2 yards. Ken?
Yeah, I guess I agree with Jeff. We allow people to maintain existing sandy beaches. I would hate to see him bring in, 5 or 10 yards of sand, but I think he has the right to maintain it. So if he can rake a lot of it up, top dress it with a little bit of new stuff, and we'll be good to go. And the docks and the wall I'm in favor of.
Katie?
I agree with both Ken and Jeff.
I'm looking for a motion based on what I heard to approve the docks, the replacement of the retaining wall, and 2 yards or 2 tons of sand
Mr. Chairman,
after he rakes up the sand out of the water. Right, Jack?
just wanted to comment, Carl did send a comment in this. If it'd be appropriate, I'll read it.
You go right ahead and read it.
Thank you, sir. I have attached some photos of 329 Sunset Lane. My only comment based on what I have requested only is that I don't understand the addition of more sand. I have witnessed sand being added over the years by prior owners and is spilling up and ending up in the lake as photos show. So we did submit some photos with regard to that. Perhaps we don't include the sand as part of this consideration and address it next meeting. I don't know. That's your call, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motion. For a
I guess
negative determination.
I would make a motion to find a negative determination for the work proposed with the limitation of 2 yards of sand for replacement.
We have a second.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make an amendment.
Not until we get a second.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Second, Jack.
I'd like to have the amendment to address that the docks one of them will be a temporary on wheels and the other would be cantilevered.
Accept that motion or that amendment.
Jeff, do you accept that amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Jack. Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
No.
Katie Childs. Katie?
She's muted.
Sorry, the dog's still chewing. Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
No.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. Thank you. On to the next public hearing.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're good.
So be in contact with Matt, please, okay?
I will. Yeah, we'll get that finalized.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep, thank you.
Pursuant to the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Stephen Petrozzulo. Thank you, for work at 4 Townsend Harbor Road. The work is the expansion of a driveway and the placement of a shed within the buffer zone. Is Mr. Petrozzulo with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
He's there, Bob. He's got his hand up.
Okay, let me,
What do I?
go ahead, Steve, you're unmuted.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I can hear you.
Okay. So what I have here, a 15 by 13, 195 square foot shed. That's just outside of the buffer, the 50-foot buffer zone. It's about half on the old barn that they took down, with the option to rebuild the barn again, but not bigger in the same spot. I was unaware of all this when I did this. I actually called the building department's office and spoke to a woman in there and asked her what the setbacks were and how big of a shed I need if I needed a permit. And she asked me the address of where I wanted to do this. I gave her the address. She said she pulled up the map. She told me I had to be 40 feet from Townsend Harbor Road and 20 feet around the rest of the perimeter of the property line. She never said anything about wetlands, and I had no clue what the setbacks were. I mean, I thought I was doing the right thing calling her. So I built the shed, or almost finished it, before I got a cease and desist order. And that's where we're at. So it's beyond the old barn footprint by about, 10 or 12 feet, 10 feet.
I would also note that the driveway is part of the scope as well.
Yeah, and as far as the driveway, cars coming off of Mass Ave onto Townsend Harbor, some cars go probably 40 or 45 miles an hour down that road, and when they turn, they don't slow down very much, and it's very dangerous backing out of the existing driveway that was there before. I've almost gotten hit 4 times myself, and it's almost impossible to get out of there safely. So what I did was I extended the driveway and brought it around to have an exit so you can pull in near the house and then pull out onto the road so you're facing the road, which is a lot safer, and it's further down the road. And that's the reason we did that. I even had a pickup truck pulling a pontoon boat pulling off of Mass Ave onto Townsend Harbor. Right in front of me, I was sitting out front. The pontoon boat wasn't strapped down in the back, just in the front, and it slid off the trailer and was sliding on the ground with the pontoon on the right side.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just a dangerous intersection.
Well, I hope that wasn't my boat.
Well, I don't know. If it was, you would know because I talked to you.
Comments or questions from commissioners? Jack Rabbit.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I believe that property might be part of an area of environmental concern, as was the adjoining piece of property and with the sand pit. However, given what was there before, this is a significant improvement. And I believe there's actually probably less impervious area, even with the addition of the driveway and that small shed. And I totally agree with Steve in terms of that's a horrendous corner to take every day. And I'm glad you maintained that buffer wall there, that concrete buffer. I would think, given what Steve is trying to accomplish and the actual overall reduction of impermeability from the old decrepit barn that had fallen down to this, I think we're ahead of the game. And so I would support that, even though it is an ACECA area, I believe.
Other comments or questions from commissioners?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
in reviewing the application, this is a notice of intent, and I don't happen to see a current notice of intent number being given by DEP yet.
You're probably right about that. Matt, is there a DEP number for this yet?
I don't have anything yet, but that DEP can be slow.
Is there anything we want to ask of the applicant, if we were going to continue it, that they should be doing or supplying before the next meeting on November 4th? Anybody looking for any additional information other than the DEP number in their comments?
I don't have anything.
And then, so Steve, the DEP has to issue a DEP number. And when they do that, they take and they provide comments. And so we always like to make sure, if they do have comments, that we address their comments, as part of the application. So I'm going to first see what Mr. Birch has to say. Go ahead, Rich.
He may want to just have Matt review it closer. I believe if it's in an ACEC, it does have to go to Natural Heritage.
I'm not sure it is in an ACEC.
Right, that's why you should just check
Even
with
if it's
Matt
in
to
an
be
AC,
sure.
even if it's in an ACEC, there's no state permit involved and it's a single family home. We actually have gone through this exercise with Proctor's project.
Right.
Because there's no state permit involved, it is a single family home. There's no wetland alteration proposed. It doesn't have to go to, that would actually be an ENF or a MIPA file, not through natural heritage.
Okay.
Okay, just wanted to make sure he covered all the bases before
No, that's-
where we're going to continue it.
That came right into my head when Jack said ACEC. So yeah, it's definitely a good point.
Are
That
there
was
any
all,
other
Mr.
comments,
Chair.
or questions from the commissioners? Then I'm looking for a motion to continue to November 4th.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. So Steve, we'll see you on November 4th.
So let me ask you a question. Can you still
Yes,
hear me?
sir.
Is there something I have to do or we're just waiting for
No.
the, okay,
Nothing you have to do. We're just waiting for the DEP to give a notice. Sometimes though, they take, and what delays the process is their notification that that you've paid the fee. It can take a while for the accountants in Boston to notify the people, who are doing the review. So sometimes what applicants have done is they've taken a PDF of their canceled check and they send it to the person doing the reviewing. And if you want to do that, I'm sure Matt can help you, give you the email address of the person that you would send it to.
okay.
So
All right.
that's something you might be able to do to help accelerate it.
Actually, Steve, if you send me a PDF of the canceled check, I know exactly who to send it to. So
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Matt.
All right, thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you, Steve.
Pursuant to Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection Municipal Bylaw, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Curtis Nikitas for work at 232 Bird Street. The work is for grading and construction of a stone wall within the buffer zone. Curtis, I think I saw you here. Yes, there you are. Curtis, you got to unmute yourself.
I'm actually Kent Oldfield. I'm actually
Okay.
representing Mr. Nikitas.
Oh, Ken Oldfield. All right. Well, let me see if we can find your. So I take it you're representing Mr. Nikitas?
Curtis and Catherine are with us this evening.
Your microphone's cutting in and out.
You can hear me okay now?
You're kind of faint.
Okay.
Oh, let's see. All right. I'm sorry. Could you identify yourself again?
Yep, Kent Oldfield, New England Engineering.
Okay.
A while before I've been before the commission. Few friendly faces. Mr. Nikitas was this was a previous enforcement order that Mr. Nikitas was putting in replacing a stone wall shown on the plan. And that stone wall was a field stone wall that was in place. And it was about 1.5 foot to 2 feet tall, located in that same location. The access road facing the wall was about 8 feet wide, and it was enlarged a little bit to about 12 feet. Mr. Nikitas then said he was going to replace and change that, restore that cart road to an 8-foot wide, and keeping the retaining wall there. The slope was slowly deteriorating from the pool area and putting a new fence up in that area for safety reasons. They have a new child, a 1-year-old child now, that they want to have a little more safety for the pool area. And that was his reason for putting that wall in that area in the first place.
Can you explain a little more what you mean? The cart road was existing at 8 feet and widened to
Yes,
12
the
feet?
cart road, and I think, I don't know if you have an aerial of that, like you have with the other projects, but there was a cart road from the existing pool. They had some pavers, and then it slopes down with some landscaping along that slope where we show the wall there now. And there was a wall at that location. And then there was a cart road that went all the way around that existing wall that exited up to the driveway, upper driveway.
So I don't understand, when you say the cart road was widened from 8 to 12 feet, and you're gonna put it back, was it widened by cutting into the bank, or was it widened by filling in next to the wetlands?
Yeah, it wasn't filling. It was just more or less vegetation that was cut. So it was all flat in that area anyways, but there wasn't vegetation was taken out.
So there was no grading involved to widen the cart road. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Thank you. Questions or comments from Commissioner Jack Rabbit?
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. We do have some pictures that are in the file, and I didn't see any evidence of a previous wall. And it's a good chance it was obliterated, but I would like to see a wall there. What I was able to see, looking down, that's a beautiful wall, and it is offset quite a bit. And there are parts of it where actually it looked like it almost flattened out a little bit. And the 232 Burridge, Matt, are those the ones I sent you?
Yes.
Okay, if you could take a look through.
Well, Bob's got control of that. I don't.
Bob, if you could. And Bob, you were there too, as well.
I was.
Yep. And you were walking the wall. I thought you were nuts. Standing up on that wall like that.
I'm looking for it. Let's see which one it will be.
Any of the five, you can get a chance to look at it.
Is that showing on the screen share or not?
They are, but they need to be opened up.
I guess.
They just show it as thumbnails. If you double click it, maybe.
Well, but what's happening is I got to share a new screen. 1 second.
Oh.
Can you see that?
Yep.
Yeah. So there's the wall, and as you can see, it's graded off further. Go ahead if you keep looking, Bob. It seems like it was flattening out a little bit, and if that's where the wall was, I'm okay. I mean, I'm happy, but I didn't see any pieces of any wall sitting there. And I love
the wall was again. That's why Mr. Nikitas was putting this back. If you look at the aerial photography.
Okay, Bob, go through the rest of them, and I'll talk to it. And then
there's this one.
Yeah.
And there's this one.
Yep. All I see is a
black screen.
Do you see the base of the wall with the leaves?
Bob, there's a big black box.
Does that help?
No.
Mr. Chairman, if you unshare, every time you pull up a new window, you just have to reshare it again. Zoom is kind of funky.
All right.
We got an expert. Excellent.
Okay, so let's do this one. And screen share that. Everybody see that?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, let's close that. And let's do this one. And we'll share that one.
Same one.
I want everyone to notice I'm wearing my mask. And then we'll do this one.
The little guy's all eyes. I love it. Curtis, your son.
What's he doing up so late?
Let's share this
Yeah.
one.
Fighting sleep. He wanted to join.
Yeah.
Poor Catherine's been trying to get him to sleep for about an hour now.
Oh, he knew the show was coming.
I know the
Yeah.
anticipation was killing him. He had to jump on.
Looking by the redness of the cheeks, I'm assuming he's teething.
Oh yeah,
Uh-huh.
a whole lot of fun.
You know, Dad, the acorn didn't fall far from the tree.
No,
Don't
Poor
you?
kid.
little mini Curtis.
Good looking little guy.
Frustrated. I can't find my Zoom screen. I can hear you guys. I know it's still active.
Get the watch.
Oh, here we are. All right. Thank you. So we'll go back and we'll share.
Hey, Matt, what I'm really looking for is just an existence of a prior wall.
Okay, well, then let me show you this.
Okay.
Yeah, if you look at, that's why I say, if you looked at the aerial, you'll see a line. You'll see that it's actually, it's not, it's just a line. I mean, you can see something was there. Unfortunately, it's, it doesn't show any stones, but it shows the difference of the vegetation and an actual line along
And
that.
the same distance away from the pool?
Yep, the same exact location.
I'm sorry for my lack of mastery of screen sharing here.
Mr. Chairman, if you want to let me, I don't know if you can let me share my screen. I have the aerial I can show you.
I'm going to show you an aerial from Oliver 2011, 2012 that shows it.
Mm-hmm. Connor actually looks like he's enjoying this, Curtis.
He's so used to the Zoom from when Corona first started. It's all how he could see his grandparents.
At least it's not baby shark.
Not at all.
Carl also. Excuse me, Bob. Yeah. There we go.
There we go.
If you look at this aerial photo from 2011, 2012 Oliver.
Yep.
You can see kind of a line right here.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, that,
I mean, I know it's, you know, there's something there, but it's not, you know, it is, there's vegetation up above it and vegetation down below it. So can you assume that it's a wall? That's the only thing you can assume, but it's, you're going to have to take our word for it, but there is no remnants of the wall.
yeah, there's also another similar line closer to the pool that's wrapping around it as well.
That's the, yep, that's the pavers. That's the pavers around the pool.
Those are the pavers?
They have pavers all around the pool, yep. So you got the line, then you got the landscape, and then you have the line with the pavers around the pool.
Hey, Matt, Carl sent you along 2 other pictures apparently. Are any of those going back in time at all, or were they just
I
supposed?
haven't even had a chance to look at them. I didn't even see them until like right at the meeting. So, I mean, you know, the stuff gets sent last minute. I may not be able to examine it.
Understood.
Like I said, I have another aerial that was up to date. If you want to share the screen, I can show it to you, but it's basically the same, it shows the same thing, shows the pavers and that same line. A little more clearer though.
Let's see. Okay, I just enabled participant screen sharing. Go ahead and try and share your screen. And what's the source of this aerial photograph?
This was from Google Earth.
Could you enlarge that? Or Bob, can you hit the?
I'm not screen sharing.
Right.
How's that?
So I see the paver and then I see something that looks like a wall, but that doesn't look like it's in the same location. Perhaps it is.
Yep.
But it looks tighter.
The pavers have not changed.
Right. Those pavers are right next to the pool.
Right here.
And it looks, I don't know.
That line is in the same location, Jack,
as the wall.
Line in from the
Mr. Chairman, I'm only going with what Carl had found 2 pictures, and he says that the bird's clue, the wall is much taller, longer, and closer to the wetland than what might have been there before based on the terrain. 2 pictures attached. So he was able to come to that conclusion. We don't have an aerial, and it's hard for me to.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Kent, the line that you're showing there to the left of the pool.
Which one, right here?
Yeah. Now that's the existing fence, correct?
That is no, that's the wall.
Where's the existing fence?
The existing fence is right on the outside. Curtis, help me out here. Is the wall here?
I think Richard might be right. I think that might be the existing fence and the wall might have been further away. I'm not.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell from that picture.
Yeah, the existing fence is off of the pavers by 10 feet or so. So it looks to me like the picture you're showing, Kent, is the paver edge and then the fence.
Yeah.
I don't see any stone wall there.
Well, I think this. Well, I don't know.
The fence isn't 10 feet apart because I have a 52-inch mower and it's hard to get. Like I go, it's not much wider than 52 when I mow inside the fence.
How wide's the apron?
Probably, I don't. The apron is in what the pavers are off the pool.
Yeah.
Probably 3 feet, maybe.
Okay, so then it's not. Then it's probably 6 feet max off the pavers then, at that angled spot.
Possibly.
But I would contend that in this picture now that is being shared, that's the fence that's existing.
This is a fence.
Yep.
It's there now.
Yep. Well, and I assume that fence is existing in the picture that you were just sharing, Kent?
Yep.
Okay, so I mean, there's nothing else there. We know the fence is there, so hence that kind of has to be the fence.
Right there.
Yep. So that's not the
That's not the fence.
the historical stone wall,
This right here is,
the fence.
no, that is the wall. Is that right? The fence is right here.
So if the apron is 3 feet wide off the pool, the fence doesn't look like it's any more than 10 feet off the pool, and that wall is definitely far more than 10 feet.
Yeah.
Your pavers on this side of the pool, Curtis, is more than 3 feet. Isn't it?
Yeah.
I'd have to measure it. I'm not.
Yeah, I just measured it. I had 6 feet, which makes sense.
Mr. Chairman, if you
Yes,
would
sir.
go back to the one in which the one that's actually next to the one that you just flashed up, the one which you're walking on the wall,
Yep.
that would clearly look like it's 15 feet.
Right here.
Yeah, go. No, I'm sorry, not that one. Bob, we
Oh,
sent the
I got
pictures that we
touched.
sent to you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'll be back, Sheriff.
Okay, so, first I'll go.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
on the site walk Saturday, there's an obvious path going around the base of that wall. And there's a large opening in the basement. If you remember, there were, looked like 2 4-foot double doors that open up almost like barn doors. So it appeared to me that somebody was driving back there and accessing that area of the basement. So I guess it would be safe to assume that either, some sort of vehicle, it looked like, was traveling around the backside of that. And from my observation, where the wall is, the grading really couldn't have changed too much. So, if we can take their word that there was a wall there, I'm not sure if it's in the shadows or not, or if that's not the fence. But with that pool, I think Curtis said that there was it's a gunite pool, and there was some damage to that he had to repair. So I know that we don't normally approve this type of thing, but I think there might need to be a wall there just to shore up that pool with the gunite, or it might just need to be repaired again. So, although the wall is substantial now, but I in my honest opinion, there must have been something there holding that berm back, or if not, there probably should be something there to hold that berm back with the pressure from the pool.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Chairman.
Jack Rabbit.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if you could go back to one of the photo with your walking on it, the slope is, I won't suggest that it's that steep. It would have needed that size of a wall, but at the same time, I don't believe that as much as I can see, it looked like the wall was, even at the footing of it, it looks like it was dug out. It's a nice square piece. And if I could, Mr. Chairman, I believe I talk to people doing the work and I believe them. Curtis, did you have to dig out anything to really push this in? Did you push it in a little bit, or?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, to put the wall in, I'm sorry, you can't see it, but.
1 second.
Yeah. You can't see it.
You got your background, so it's.
Yeah, I know. I just,
Walking out your phone.
I hate that when I do that.
It's a nice background, though.
Well, thank you. If you notice, it's dug in a bit, and again, it looks like it's quite a bit further than where that the Google photo was.
So in that end of the wall, I did a little bit because it had washed out so much right there. So I was trying to bring it back in towards the fence more.
You brought it in more, closer to the fence.
Correct.
Yeah, because
you see how it curves around.
Yeah.
Towards the left, if you were looking at that picture.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
looking at the DEP portal, it doesn't look like this one has a number either, so.
It does
No,
not.
it does not.
No, so it's gonna have to get continued anyway.
I agree with that. If you look at this photograph from 2011, 2012 Oliver, I don't know if you guys can see that on your screens now.
Yep.
This is about where you know, they are you know, asserting that there was a wall. To be honest with you, I looked I found this. I looked on the assessors websites, and I didn't see any evidence on any of the photos from the assessors websites, you know, that, you know, show that there might have been a structure there. On the one hand, on the other hand, you know, the applicant did say that it was made out of the red pavers that the sidewalk over here is made of. So it might not have shown up that much on an aerial photograph. So, but be that as it may, Ken has an excellent point. I think it's time. Is there anything that we want to ask of the applicant? New information we want if we're going to continue this to the next meeting? Richard Birch.
Mr. Chair, I would ask you to perhaps poll the members. At this point, the wall is existing. I think to pull it out, something else would have to be put in anyways to keep the fill from eroding and damaging the pool irreparably. So personally, I don't see how we're gonna erase the wall, move the wall, get rid of the wall. I would ask that for the next hearing that we do have some plans for remediation of the area in front of the wall, perhaps eliminating the cart path. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like it really goes to anywhere or from anywhere down there by the wall, so that we at least get the 30-foot no disturbance zone remediated and replanted, naturally vegetated, and perhaps an area above the wall also revegetated. Allow them a maintenance strip along the outside of the fence.
Mr. Chairman, Kent Oldfield, just answering to that, Mr. Versh, that is where we're going to change the 12-foot to an 8-foot cart path, because as one of the other members mentioned, that there is an area where the lawnmower does go in there into the double gates, and that's where he mows that down there and has been in the past. So we're remediating from 12 to 8 feet wide. I think we could maybe go a little bit more than 8 feet if you'd like, but a little less, whatever the commission requires.
So, Rich, is that sort of thing you were looking for, or are we looking for more?
Well, I guess my only feeling is that, do they have any photographic evidence of the cart path being there prior to the wall being built? I don't see any reason, unless I'm missing something and I didn't go on the site walk, as to why we need the cart path there initially to remediate the damage that's been done in the 50-foot no structure zone. To just go through and remediate the wetland side of the wall, I think would go a long way to at least alleviating my concerns with putting in an unpermitted wall.
Okay,
I think structure zone and the 100-foot buffer.
I think we're talking the two of the same thing, maybe not a cart road, but having it flat enough in that 8 feet so he can get his lawnmower through there. So eliminate the cart path, revegetate it.
Where are we getting the lawnmower from and to, Ken?
The lawnmower is coming up along the, do you want to put the site plan back? The lawnmower comes from above where the, from the roadway, and comes down to the side along.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Jack, wait, Jeff Viviano, and then Jack after that.
Yeah, there was like I said, there was a large double door access to the basement that you can really only get to if there was some kind of area to go around the base of that wall, around the side of the yard there. So that's why I just kind of figured that there must have been something there, because you could see there was traffic going in and out of the garage, or I guess you could call it a garage, but it was the basement there. So that was my only indication that there must have been some kind of path there. So.
Okay, so there is a reason to use the cart path, Jeff?
Yeah, there's, like I said, there's like 2 4-foot wide, almost like a big garage sized door going into their basement around that side of the house. And without that cart path, there would really be no way to access that side of the garage.
We can't go around the other side as well because the septic's over there and it's an old septic, so we can't go around the other way in the other side of the house.
Okay,
And it's pretty steep grade.
I'm going to call on Jack Rabbit now, who's had his hand up for a while.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am in support of Rich's position with regard to allowing the wall to remain there because we've already done the digging. My concern then would go towards basically the other side of the wall, the pool side of the wall, and that's a nicely vegetated area. And I would hate to see us lose that area. So as long as there would be no intention to fill that up to the full height of that wall and lose that vegetated area, I would support that. I also support cutting that cart path down a little bit. And at the same time, at the end of the wall going up towards Burridge, there was quite a bit of need for remediation because it looks like some materials had been moved around there and actually pushed more towards the water side of it. And so I would be hoping that would be also part of the remediation. But again, I would hate us to lose that vegetated area between the wall and such, and hopefully not having it filled.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Jeff.
Curtis, would you be significantly against just tearing off that top tier? That would bring it down about 2 feet closer to the grade that's existing right there. And then I think that would kind of please Jack and some other members as well.
I don't think I'd be totally against it. The other thing, Mr. Rabbit, is that vegetated area you talk about, we used to mow that a little bit and keep it mowed down. And then when we had gotten the stop work order, I didn't touch it all summer. So that's why it's actually way overgrown. And it's actually coming way over the fence as well. So that used to be kind of maintained, which we want to kind of make it into a nicer maintained area. And I just don't know about the safety factor if we left it so far down with our son and stuff climbing up and falling off.
I totally appreciate that. I just basically look at it as a habitat area and essentially something within the 50 feet that we're always trying to preserve, for the creatures. And I noticed you did have a fence, which hopefully, your son hasn't figured out how to climb that yet, but I suspect he's going to, before that, he'll learn to walk around to the other side. So you'll always have to have a double padlock gate because I know that guy's going to climb, if he's not already. So I think that I think Jeff's suggestion is a good one that I would definitely support.
Okay. And the other thing with that fence, when we had moved in a couple of years ago, obviously we didn't have Connor at the time. And our home inspector did say that wasn't even close up to pool code. It's kind of a stockade fence with some chicken wire on it.
Yeah.
And that's what kind of stemmed this whole thing was we want to put a nice chain link fence up on top of that wall and then redo the one on the front side near the driveway that's way away, making everything up to pool code because right now there's no locking gate. And to be honest, the gate actually just flops open, which is obviously not safe at all. So
I think if we stay with that one tier, then you can just drill holes and
right on top and
I look at the area behind the fence as an area to be maintained. I do not look at the area behind the wall, rather between the wall and the fence. I do not look at that as habitat, but that's just my personal opinion based on the site walk.
Yeah, we'd like that to be maintained.
I think I would agree with you too, Bob. It didn't look like, it just looked like stuff that you run in there in the past.
Are there any other comments or questions from commissioners about what we want if we're going to continue this to the next meeting?
So I guess just to clarify my position, I do agree with Jeff if there is a need for the roadway tight to the wall at minimum width to get his tractor in. And then anything from there to the wetland to be remediated. The pictures I have that I took in April when the wall either was going up in the late fall or early spring, that whole area had been graded, freshly graded, so there was no vegetation. And it does look from the pictures that I had emailed Matt that they had pushed fill into the wetland. So that area, and in the pictures you have, it looks like there's some stumps and other stuff. So I would suggest a plan to remediate everything else that's not roadway below the wall.
So Kent?
Yep.
I would strongly suggest that, for the next meeting, you come in with a plan that shows how what you're gonna do to revegetate and, the area beyond the cart path and narrow the cart path. You know, that you narrow the cart path, to the maximum extent possible to still make it usable, and then what you're gonna do to revegetate all the area beyond that.
Okay. Mr. Commissioner Birch, is there a width that you would like to have, or we had 8 feet, is 8 feet okay, or?
Whatever the maximum that they need, if their tractor is 8 feet wide, then 8 feet. If it's a 56-inch mower, as he stated, then 6 feet would be more than enough.
Okay. Thank you.
But again, where it's a violation, we want to try to keep it to the minimum disturbance level that we can.
Yep. And to bring that wall down, there was a request that they're bringing that wall down. There is going to be they have toppers for that. So we'll bring that down, but also put a topper on it for that wall, which would bring it. So the height of the wall would be come back up after we take that one tier down about 6 to 8 inches, just for the topper of the wall.
Good.
Just so the commission knows, that's all.
Thank you. I'm looking for a motion to continue.
So moved.
Second.
I would amend that to continuing till November 4th.
Thank you, Mr. Birch.
Right.
I would accept that amendment. Thanks. Rick.
Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Birch saves me again. So, roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. See you November 4th.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Curtis.
Pursuant to the Town of Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent for work at 55 White Street by Shield Pratt. The work is for the replacement of a septic system within the buffer zone. I see Mary Ann DePinto.
Hello there.
Let me see if we can call up the file. This is 5 White Street.
And while you're doing that, I was basically assigned to delineate the wetland, the rear of the property, which is essentially just beyond the shrub line there, right beyond the lawn. There looks like there's an old cesspool, maybe. It's around, they call it a septic tank. But anyway, that's going to be basically filled with sand. And the septic system is going to be a Presby system. It will be 52.5 feet from the wetland edge. At the end of the driveway, beside the house. The front yard has a gas line in it. And so this is basically the only location for it. It's 3 feet to groundwater in that area. Oh, there you go. Thank you. You can see the old septic tank. That is within the 50-foot buffer. This time we were able to move everything outside of the 50-foot buffer. And the wetland is off this property.
And Matt, did you hear anything from Jack Roddickens today?
Oh, I was told the Board of Health approved this yesterday.
So now I'm, Mary Ann, while we were there on the sidewalk, there's a catch basin up here.
Yes.
And it wasn't clear to us on the sidewalk where that catch basin drained.
Yeah.
We asked Matt to look into that.
Okay. And I know I wonder if, I know the Board of Health approved it, so I'm not sure if that was answered by the Board of Health.
Matt?
You there, Matt?
He's muted.
And I just asked him to unmute.
Sorry, guys, I didn't realize I was muted. I spoke to Jim Gareffi today.
Yep.
About that drain. Jack has not answered me yet.
Okay.
I did speak to Jim Gareffi about that drain today. His response was he wouldn't think it would be a drain coming off the street because it's too small for the drains that they have there, and it's made of the wrong material. And I actually have to agree with that assessment.
I agree with that as well. And I think we established that on the site walk. Mike, but our question was, it seemed like the road went up in both directions. And so we were wondering where this catch basin was. We wanted to be sure that there wasn't some pipe underground here, that didn't show. I was hoping we would hear from Jack, but if we haven't heard from Jack, I guess we could proceed without it. But
yeah, I haven't heard back from Jack on that issue, but I did want to address the pipe in the driveway.
Yeah, the pipe in the driveway, I thought during the site walk, we established that was not an issue.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. The question was, there was also a visual, it looked like there was a wash, that some water was coming off. It could have been coming off the street, or it could have been coming out of, that plastic grid that they had and the piping further down. And the question was, would that be interfering with the Presby system or whatever? So we didn't know it was Presby at the time, but would it be interfering? Would that be causing it to not function as well as it could? Because it looked like the water was flowing right down along the edge of that leach field.
Well, I would note, it appears to me that there are, are these contours, Mary Ann, that are on this plan?
Yeah, so they have to raise it. They have to be, groundwater's at 3 feet there, so they have to come up.
So they're gonna raise it.
So Jack, the water comes down is gonna go over along the edge. It's not gonna come over the system at all.
That's fine. It was just a question. We didn't want the poor owner to all of a sudden get surprised.
Are there any other comments or questions from commissioners? Are there any comments or questions from the public? This is a notice of intent.
File number 208
99.
1199.
Wonderful. And did they have any comments?
They had no comments.
Excellent. I'm looking for a motion.
Make a motion, we approve as presented.
Thank you so much. Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. Thank you so much, Mary Ann.
All right, you're welcome. It's good talking to you today. Take care now.
Sorry it took so long.
That's-
Pursuant to the Town of Wetlands, Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws, a public hearing on a notice of intent for, that's the one we just did. Never mind. Continued pursuant to the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaw, a public hearing on a notice of intent by Thomas Crocker for work at 200 Island Road. The work is for demolition and reconstruction of a single-family home within the buffer area. And so do we have someone here for 200? Paul Kirschner.
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear this. So let me first of all, let's screen share. This is 200 Island Road. And used for October. Did you send us a revision?
Yeah, I would assume it's in use for meeting October 13th.
Thank you. And so you think,
yeah, that looks like the correct file.
All right.
Yeah, that's why I put it in all caps, Bob.
Oh, Doug, and that's why you actually told me about that earlier today. But I'm not so good at thinking and doing at the same time. So, let's see if we can find the plan, the section of the plan that we're concerned about. Let's go down to 125.
There you go, right
There
there.
you go.
There we
Yeah.
go.
All right. Am I sharing that screen or no?
Yep. You're
I
good.
am. How did that happen?
Magic.
Yeah.
All right. So
You're good.
talk to us, Paul.
So for the record, my name is Paul Kurtz and I'm from Stamsky McNary. We're representing the applicant Thomas Crocker. We're the engineers for the project. So before I really dive into it, it sounds like we might have a quorum issue since there's a new commissioner and somebody isn't here tonight. So I think I have to go through the whole thing, even though we were here a couple weeks ago. Is that correct?
Well, actually, the new commissioner watched the last hearing.
Right. Okay.
So, I don't know if the other two commissioners watched the last hearing. Ken, did you watch it?
I did, yes. I watched.
Katie,
the
did
entire
you watch it?
thing.
I also did, yeah.
Okay, so we don't have any quorum issues.
Okay.
And just to refresh everybody's memory, I believe that you what you proposed had reduced the impervious area by how many square feet?
So I guess I'll go into it.
Go
So
ahead.
at the last meeting, we were talking about a reduction in impervious area within the 50-foot no build. At that time, we had requested a waiver to that. And really the main feedback we got at that meeting was, let's try to get out of the 50. So we revised the plan. That's what we have in front of us tonight. We shifted the driveway, or the main portion of the driveway, towards the road to get everything out of the 50. We have a setback shown in there. We're a little over 51 feet from the edge of the wetland, as shown right now. So our total disturbance, or sorry, total impervious area within the 50-foot no build is being reduced now from 210 square feet to 0 square feet, because we got everything out of there. Some of the other comments made were just, we were talking about that knoll to the left of the house in plan view, and then show the tree line. And I threw a spot grade on top of that knoll to try to show that a little bit more clearly, that we're going to be chopping off that hill. And then I'm showing a tree line as well. But as you can see, it really just follows the siltation barrier to the rear of the house. The one other thing that we changed is at the applicant's request, you can see that stone wall to the rear of the house. It's sort of an L shape.
Yep.
I think it might have been part of a really old foundation or something. I'm not really sure, but in either case, the applicant wants to remove that. So we adjusted the silt barrier a little bit to allow him to get more of that out of there. But the primary change here has been to, or from my viewpoint, the primary change here has been to move the driveway out of the 50. So we are no longer looking for any waiver to the local requirements. So at this point, I can answer any questions, but I think I got it.
Questions or comments from commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. Are we, with regard to the knoll, you're just hacking off a piece of it? You're not leveling the whole thing, right? You're at 115, the top of that knoll?
So we're proposing around 115. Currently, it's at like 119.
You are hacking up the knoll.
Yeah, so we're going to be cutting down a good bit of that just to try to level out the yard and not have that hill right next to the house.
Right. And how many feet is that within the buffer, within the boundary?
That portion of the work is pretty right at around.
Right on the boundary.
Yeah.
So why would we need to do that Why would we want to go in there and knock it down and do all that work in there? Because the owner would like to have a level backyard? Is that what that is?
Well, the majority of that work is outside of the buffer zone and therefore not subject to.
Okay. I thought you indicated it was inside. I'm having a hard time seeing.
Yeah, I'm just trying to give context for the full project, so I apologize if I'm sort of muddying the waters here by talking about stuff outside the buffer zone.
Yeah, because that was one of the issues that we had talked about, is that you wanted to knock down the knoll.
The knoll's outside of the 100.
Yeah, well, I couldn't tell, Ken. I couldn't tell.
It's, I mean, you can see it right on the plan. That little dashed line is the 100-foot mark.
Yeah, I think my recollection is at the last meeting that most of the discussion, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the discussion was around, I mentioned the knoll, and then we're looking at the plan like, you're regrading. It doesn't look like you are because it's a little misleading. There's a huge gap in contours.
Can we stick to things that are in our jurisdiction? Any other?
I'm sorry, Bob. I thought that was still a 50 or something. I can't.
Can we stick to things in our jurisdiction?
Yes.
Yes, Bob.
Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Any questions or comments from the public? I'm looking for a motion.
A motion that we approve the application as revised.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself.
Thank you,
Making
everyone.
those revisions, Paul.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Continue pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 140 as amended in the Town of Lunenburg Wetlands Protection and Municipal Bylaws. A public hearing on a notice by Jeff LaPierre for work at 1672 Mass Avenue will be held. Work proposes the rebuild of an existing shed, grading of an existing lawn, repair of an existing wall, removal of a tree, and the repaving of a driveway with gravel. I don't, Matt, do we have anybody here for,
Yeah, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
The applicant is not present. He's requesting a continuance. He has hired David Ross and Associates. Brandon Ducharme has been in contact with me from David Ross. And I am going to be speaking with him early next week regarding the enforcement order. He wants a review of the history of the site and the enforcement order.
that's excellent news. Do we have
Make a motion, we continue to the 4th.
Second.
All those in favor, roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Carl Luck. Oh, he's not here. Jack
Aye.
Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. Let's see, who do we have here? Matt, you know why Holly Johnson is here?
Certificate of compliance.
Do we know why Rhonda is here?
No idea.
You know why Scott Finnegan is here?
No idea.
Oh, well, let's,
Scott Finnegan is with PAC.
oh, that's good, thank you. So it's just, we're done, and Peter, we already did. Holly, Rhonda, why are you here? You have business, so we can take it out of order?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, I'm here because we're selling our house, and there an issue years ago where the original property owner, Bernie McDonald, he had a certificate of compliance to replicate some wetlands on our property as he was building on other properties behind us. So now we're selling our house, and apparently they can't find the sign off on the completion of the compliance.
So Rhonda, have you discussed this with Matt?
Actually, it's Holly you're talking to.
Oh, Holly.
Holly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Holly.
I sent Matt an email
Okay.
with the current information.
Yep, it's a very, very old file from the 90s. I actually have an as-built on Holly's house proper. It shows some of the area behind it. That area actually, Bernie McDonald had done it, and Eric Sullender, if I recall correctly, finished it off. And the replication was completed, and it was completed satisfactorily. So I don't see any reason why we can't have a certificate of compliance on this. It looks like that the certificate, Mr. Sullender never followed through.
So are you recommending now that we issue a certificate of compliance here?
That's correct.
Any comments or questions from commissioners?
Matt, we're on the lane, wrong property. Is the replication area shown on the plan, Matt?
Matt, can you?
Bob, the file should be on the cloud.
Okay. The lane, 15 the lanes.
I tried scanning in it as best as possible. I don't have any PDFs. This particular plan was from '99. You have the Johansson's house. You have the retaining wall that they built. It looks like Bob, can you go up a little bit? There was an area behind here. It doesn't show on this particular iteration of the plan, but there was a replication area that was proposed. And I remember actually walking it with Eric Sullender behind the property. It was actually one of my first projects in town. Actually, I think it was the first project I did in town, now that I think of it. That was back in '99 when the replication was completed. The order of conditions was actually from '97. So it's quite old. So I remember advising Mr. Sullivan I remember the wetland replication was supervised by Doc Anderson. And it was actually pretty well done. It was a small area. It was for a wetland crossing.
There was a driveway that was built.
That's correct. It was for a wetland crossing to access the driveway.
Richard, are you comfortable moving forward with this?
I guess on Matt's word that it's been done properly. Unfortunately, I don't see any replication area. I'm not sure. I see a driveway in off of the lane, but it looks like the replication area is going off to the side, so I'm not sure.
This actually had nothing to do with our house. It was just the replication was done on our property so that a driveway for properties behind us could be built upon.
So essentially what's happening is the certificate of compliance that would be issued would be for 15 the lane, but it would show that the order did not pertain to their property. So technically, sorry about that, guys, that's my email. Technically, what's happening is you're issuing a partial certificate when you look at it from the legal standpoint. So the open order conditions on the houses behind and the driveway crossing actually would remain open. It just clears an order off of Holly's property. And it's very common, like you see it in subdivisions, for example, when you have a subdivision that is proposed, we do an order of conditions for maybe the roadway and some of the lots. And then when they subdivide, all the lots off the subdivision after the approval, the order we record carries on all of the lots, even the ones that aren't applicable to the order. It's nothing we haven't done historically, issued an order clarifying this. So that's what this is all about.
Speaking for me personally, given the age of the file, given Matt's clear recollection, I would have no trouble issuing this certificate of completion, but I'd be interested to hear from other members before we start accepting motions.
I'm completely satisfied.
I'm looking for a motion.
I would make a motion that we issue an order of, or a certificate of compliance.
Or 15 The Lane, Lot 3.
15 The Lane, Lot 3.
And this is a partial for just this one property on this application?
That's correct.
Okay. I just want to have it stated in the motion.
I think Ken said that.
Okay.
I did.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
I abstain.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
I'm going to abstain as well. I have no clue.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. So that clears that up.
Thank you.
All right. Well, let's go back to our agenda. You want to go through these in violations enforcement actions, Matt?
Yep, give me 1 second.
You betcha.
I just got to redo this. My computer just screwed up, so. Okay. Let me go back up. All right, 99, 99 Ruth Street. I got contacted by Chris Anderson today. They're finishing up the plans for the notice of intent. They want to come on for the, as an informational for the November 4th meeting, filing the formal notice for the November 18th meeting. And they wanted to know if the commission could look at the site when we do our October 31st site walks. The engineer just wants to have a guided tour of the site with the commission so he can orient himself to the areas that you guys would be especially concerned with. He simply would want you to point them out.
I don't see why not. Do they have a very full agenda on, we don't, do we? So,
Now we got 2 new hearings and a couple of continued ones.
yep.
Well, it's going to be 3 new hearings now because I'm going to add Sunset to it.
Okay.
But you guys are you're pretty much familiar with that one to begin with, so.
How about Brookview?
I did receive a response. The fines have been paid. The property owner, however, is indicating that she's not going to move forward with a notice of intent due to the expense. So what I'm asking is for a little guidance from the commission on this one. We still have the issue of trees in the buffer zone that were cut down. And I know that she has a lot of trees around there in a sufficient canopy. I don't know if you want to amend your enforcement to ask her to replant a couple, or to just, allow the enforcement order to come off our agenda because the fines have been paid at this point. I mean, if it's a commission decision, it depends on what you guys want me to do. I know you guys have all, or most of you have been out to see the site, so. And there were also pictures that everybody viewed through. But the fines have been paid, and they've been recorded as being paid.
Why did we send the enforcement order again, Matt?
There were trees that were cut within the buffer zone after it was directed that they were to wait until the commission issued a administrator's determination. But the property owner did not wait and had them cut before I could even communicate with you guys on that determination. We did the determination that night. You guys asked for a filing, which I actually agreed with. And before I could even notify, the trees had already been cut that morning, the following morning.
Did she cut outside of your recommendation?
No, actually, she did not.
So she didn't cut anything that she hadn't asked you about?
No.
Okay.
And there were other trees cut on the property, but they were out of jurisdiction.
I would note that these trees towered over her house, and they were all white pines. Rich Bird, I'm sorry, Jack Rabbit.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Matt, help me. Did you ask the tree contractor to cease and desist and they continued?
That is correct. That's why we fined them.
Right. So you did fine the contractor?
Everybody's paid their fines. It was a $600 fine.
Okay, to the contractor, and
I believe I just said yes to this, Jack.
yes. Okay, I'm just wondering, and it's a $600 fine. Did that come through us? Did I miss that? Okay.
I was paid directly, and I deposit it into the general fund like we normally do.
Okay.
And I notified the clerk magistrate in Fitchburg that the fines were paid.
Right. And I think that created an opportunity for us to essentially share the fact that the other contractors would be fined if they proceeded without the appropriate approval from our group.
That is correct.
And is there anything in process where we might want to send that notice out to the rest of the group, the contractors in the area that would do that? I just think it's an opportunity for us to slow it down. That's all, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, when I can work on that when things slow down a little bit in the office.
Yeah, that's an opportunity. As soon as they know they're going to pay a $300 fine or a $600 fine or whatever, it'll wake them up a little bit. Maybe. Let's hope. That's all I really had to say.
Mr. Chair, at this point, where the work was already approved by Matt and they were just waiting for our approval of his decision. No extra work was done. The fines have been paid. I would consider this matter closed.
I'm looking for a motion to close this matter.
I would make a motion that we close out the enforcement order at 32 Brookview Ave.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. I haven't heard anything back from the town attorney yet on Fire Road 12, 9 Valley Road. Matt, you still working on the NOI there?
Yep. Still working. Yeah. I mean, it's not exactly a straightforward situation because of the crossing going through that
And
brook.
232 Burridge we had tonight. What's 788 Page?
788 Page was an area where we had trees cut down. I had noted to you guys, I sent out another enforcement order with an ultimatum by certified mail at not the last meeting, but the meeting before. That certified mail came back to me yesterday, unclaimed. So I spoke to Chief Gamble, and the chief, I'm going to give that to the chief tomorrow. He's going to have that hand delivered by one of his officers directly to the homeowner.
Thank you. 1263 Mass Ave.
That is Mark Flagg. I'm working with Mrs. Flagg to get the documentation straightened out. That should be all set next week, and we will be on track for the November 18th meeting for their file.
Excellent, thank you. And 4 Townsend Harbor Road was on our agenda tonight. Next item is new business, open meeting law complaint. Matt and I met with Adam Costa and a member of his, and Catherine McNamara Fordoroff. And let me share that screen. And they developed a letter, which we got earlier today. And can you see this letter now? I'm going to read it. It's, this is to the Director of the Division of Open Government, Office of Attorney General. Dear Director, in connection with the above referenced matter, we are Town Council to the Town of Lunenburg. The town has received an open meeting law complaint from Catherine Adams, as noted above, and attached as Exhibit A. As Town Council, we've been tasked with reviewing the complaint and investigating the allegations contained therein. In that capacity, we have solicited information from Bob Pease, Chair, and Matt Morrow, Conservation Administrator. We have also reviewed the complaint from Ms. Adams and the agenda in question. As more fully set forth in my letter to Ms. Adams, attached as Exhibit B with your counsel, the Commission asserts that no open meeting law violation occurred, but also that the Commission's actions sufficiently cured any violation if found through appropriate remedial measures. Therefore, we ask this matter be disposed of without further action. Sincerely, Catherine McNamara, Federoff Town Council. And so then I'm going to call up the other letter. And let me share that. This is to Catherine Adams. Dear Ms. Adams, in response to your open meeting law complaint against the Lunenburg Conservation Commission, we have been asked to consider and respond to your complaint. You allege the commission failed to properly and sufficiently post its agenda in accordance with the open meeting law. Based upon my review of this matter, we conclude that the commission has not violated the open meeting law, or if found to have violated the open meeting law, has taken appropriate and sufficient remedial measures to address your concerns. More specifically, we respond to your complaint as follows. Public bodies are required to list topics in a meeting notice with sufficient specificity to reasonably advise the public of the issues to be discussed at this meeting. 940 CMR 29.031B. The Attorney General has found that this requirement is satisfied, quote, when a reasonable member of the public could read the topic and understand the anticipated nature of the public body's discussion, close quote. See Open Meeting Law 2013-157, Open Meeting Law 2011-44.2, Open Meeting Law 2013-152. Open parentheses, notice of topic was sufficiently specific even though additional detail may have been helpful to the public, close parentheses. In accordance with open meeting law, public bodies must post notice 48 hours prior to a meeting and include listings of topics that the chair reasonably anticipates will be discussed at the meeting. General Law 30A, Section 20B. Importantly, the Attorney General has stated topics that arise less than 48 hours before the meeting may be considered by the public body, even if they are not listed in the meeting notice, if they are not reasonably anticipated. See Open Meeting Law 2013-61, internal citation omitted. Finding deliberations and vote of a public body regarding the relocation of 911 dispatch, a topic not reasonably anticipated by the chair, was not a violation of the open meeting law. The open meeting law does not require that the chair of a public body guess what will be occurring during a meeting, but the chair does need to list those topics that he or she reasonably anticipates will be discussed. And then it cites some prior cases. Moreover, despite the Division of Open Government's recommendation that votes votes or deliberations regarding controversial, unanticipated topics be postponed to properly posted meetings, actions thereon does not itself violate the open meeting law. See Open Meeting Law 2013-61. Finding no violation where a public body voted on an unanticipated topic. To give context to this issue, the Commission's January 15th and February 5th meetings, the Commission generally discussed several open space parcels, which were not under the care and custody or control of the Conservation Commission, though these parcels had attributes the Commission looks for in open space. At those meetings, the Commission discussed a procedure to seek approval of town meeting to transfer conservancy of these parcels. Several meetings passed without substantive discussion. However, recognizing that the town meeting warrant closed on September 29th, the chair inserted a placeholder on the September 23rd agenda to discuss this issue. The chair, at the time of the posting of the agenda, was not aware which parcels would be discussed, as he required guidance from the Open Space Committee, which was meeting the night before the December 22nd, 2020. It was determined at the Open Space Committee meeting that only 2 parcels were viable to transfer to the Conservation Commission, which parcels were discussed at its meeting on September 23rd. In light of Ms. Adams' complaint during the meeting, the commission opted to repost the matter for its next meeting on October 7th, 2020. At that meeting, the commission confirmed its vote of September 23rd, 2020. Further, it's important to note that the town meeting has not yet occurred, at which time substantive discussion on the matter will also be had. For the reasons stated above, the commission contends that it did not violate the open meeting law, as it sufficiently posted its agenda based on the information available to it as of the date of the posting. Further, to the extent that there was a concern that the agenda was not sufficient, it reposted the agenda item and affirmed its vote at its subsequent meeting, sufficient remedial action in this case. Accordingly, the commission requests this matter be closed without further action. Please feel free to contact me with any concerns. Thank you for your consideration of the above. We appreciate your efforts to ensure compliance with the open meeting law, and the town assures you of its ongoing commitment to accomplish this shared goal. Sincerely, Catherine McNamara Federoff, Town Council. So, are there any comments or questions from the commission about these 2 proposed letters? If there are no proposed comments or questions, then I would be looking for a motion to approve the sending of these 2 letters by our town council.
I would gladly approve moving ahead with regard to the letters from the council, Bob. Good job, Bob. Very good.
It wasn't me, it was town council.
Well, you did a good job.
She did a good job. Do we have a motion?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
Okay. Next item on the agenda. I have no update on the Trails Grant, except to say that the town council did send me a draft. The council, I think I said last time, recommended that we develop a license with Seth Mayer, that would cover him and cover the town, if he was going to do work to open up the northern end of Old Stagecoach Road where it meets Howard Street. He sent me that. I revised it today to try to make it fit with what we're going to do up there, or we're going to ask Seth to do. And I'm waiting for his response. And when we get that back, we'll send it out. Certificate, John, Matt, do we have anything on the certificate of compliance for 13 East Street, Mark Rude?
If you actually look in the cloud, there is an as-built.
All right, thank you. And are you recommending that we issue the certificate of compliance?
Yes.
And are there any questions from commissioners? Would you like me to screen share this, or can we just look at it on the cloud?
I think we're all set. I mean, if it's built to the spec, Matt, have you been out there?
Yes.
All right. If it's built to the spec and we got an as-built, I'm prepared to make a motion.
You making a motion, Ken?
I am making a motion that we issue a certificate of compliance for 13 East Street.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
I abstain.
Katie Childs,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Aye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. Extension permit, none. Minutes of previous meetings. Matt still has to do October 7th and he has to do tonight. And October 7th will be tough for him because he has to listen to the tape. He wasn't there.
Yeah, tonight you're actually going to get tomorrow because I've actually been able to keep up with the conversations tonight.
Oh,
so.
good. Administrators reports, action items. Matt.
Okay. Let's see. If you pull up the cloud, you can see 5 Spring Street Extension. I don't know if you guys addressed that at the last meeting, so I left it on this meeting. But in the meantime, after that, I had issued other emergency permits that Bob, I had consulted with you about. 441 Townsend Harbor Road, which I do not have a picture of. I do know, however, there are pictures out there of it that most everybody's seen. 352 Townsend Harbor, which was Dave Orm's property, which we stopped by at the site visits last week. 6 Iris Court and 47 Cliffview Terrace were all microburst, cracked and fallen trees. 441 Townsend Harbor, the tree actually fell through this poor kid's house. And he was actually just getting ready to move into it because it was his parents' house that he had inherited and he just got it through probate. And now there's a trailer on site. He's actually going to be filing, as soon as he gets his insurance situation straightened out, he's actually going to be filing a notice of intent to rebuild the house. The remainder of them, you can see by the pictures, were basically cracked and fallen trees that went down. In Dave Orm's case, he's rebuilding a portion of his deck because, I don't know if I show it in the pictures, but a tree went through and took out the last portion of his deck and his steps too.
Matt, if I could, are that other 322 Townsend Harbor Road? That was the tree that was my neighbor. It had split at the root and up halfway through.
Yeah, I haven't issued that one yet. That wasn't in time for this agenda, so I'd have to pick it up for ratification on the next agenda.
As long as I just don't want to lose it. That's all.
Does anyone have any comments or questions on these addressing these storm damage issues, these emergency certs?
I had a quick question on 352 Townsend Harbor Road, Mr. Chair.
You bet.
Is the emergency cert just to remove the tree and he's going to file for replacement of the deck and remediation of the banking?
No, the emergency cert is to rebuild that portion of the deck that got smashed and for the wall as well. Because it all got crushed basically by the fallen trees.
Okay. I guess I would question why I wouldn't just file an RDA for remediation of the banking and replacement of the deck.
I mean, we can have them do that, but normally what we've customarily done is if something's been destroyed because of storm damage, in the interest of getting stuff cleaned up, we've had them do the work under an emergency permit. I mean, I can change that procedure if you guys want me to. That's up to you.
Myself, again, just looking at this one with the damage to the banking. I mean, I have no problem with the emergency cert to remove the tree, but I would think for rebuilding the deck and remediating the banking, we should have a little closer supervision and a plan as to how it's going to get done.
Yeah, it's fine with me.
Yeah, 6 Iris I didn't have an issue with, and just getting a 47 Cliffview.
Yeah, 47 Cliffview, he's going to be cleaning up the house, getting the tree out. Not the house, I'm sorry, that's the other one, 441 Town.
It looks like the tree fell into the water, which I can certainly see an emergency cert to get that cleaned up, but
oh yeah,
there's myself again, it's a substantial amount of damage to that banking and a pretty that close to the wall and a substantial rebuild of the deck. So I myself would like to see at least an RDA for that one.
I agree with Rich on both counts.
Yeah, yeah, that's not a problem.
Do you need a motion here, Matt? To ratify these emergency certs or no?
I would make a motion to ratify the certs with the condition that we have the RDA for the wall and the deck filed on 352 Townsend Harbor.
Did someone just make that motion?
So
I just made that motion.
All right. Do we have a second to Richard's motion?
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones.
Aye.
Rich Birch.
Aye.
Katie Childs.
Aye.
Jack Rabbit.
Aye.
Jeff Viviano.
Aye.
And I for myself. Open space, forestry planning, encroachment on town open space. I don't have anything on that. Discussion of land use policy, Table Rock management. I don't have anything on that except to say if we still only have 4 public hearings, I may try to put revision of land use policy on our next agenda. You know, if we still only have 4 or 5 hearings. And if I do that, I'll have Matt send out what I'm proposing for revisions, you know, for everyone's consideration in advance of the meeting. Because I'd like to take and clarify what our posture is on the use of firearms hunting. And I'd like to take and put something in about trail maintenance. We don't really have anything on trail maintenance now. Rich Birch.
What's that?
Well, I thought you had your hand raised. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I did have one comment at the end when you were done.
Okay. I'm done with that.
Okay. I know at the last meeting, there was some question as to quorum and majority voting on, I believe it was 16 Fire Road 16.
And I'm going to take that up next under communications, Rich.
Perfect.
All right. And first of all, I'd like to apologize because I was going to put some time into this today. But the way my day went, it didn't happen. Because let me call up on the screen the email that I sent to Adam Costa. This will take me a minute. I apologize. Can you guys see this?
Up there, it's hard to read, but yes, we can see it.
So I sent an email to Adam Costa requesting he schedule a brief Zoom meeting with Matt Morrow, myself, sometime before our next Conservation Commission next Wednesday to obtain legal opinions on the questions in my October 13th email to Heather below and legal advice on how the commission should approach Katie Adams open meeting law. So let's go to the questions below. So I sent Adam this letter and I said, I'm requesting your permission to obtain legal opinions. So the questions were: 1, please clarify how many votes are required for a Conservation Commission motion to pass in all situations. For years, at different times, we asserted that in all cases, 4 commissions need to vote for something for the motion to pass. After speaking with Adam and looking at our own regulations and the Connect Mass Wetlands Act regulations, that's not the case. It is if there's, we need 4 people to have a quorum. If 4 people are present, 3 people need to vote for it to pass. If 5 people are, 4 or 5 people are present, it needs 3 votes to pass. In other words, it needs to be a majority. If 6 or 7 people are present, then it does need 4 votes to pass. So therefore, that's it's important that we understand that in the future. And I feel badly because at the last meeting, I told the applicant that it was my understanding that you need 4 votes to pass, and that was not the case, for a motion to pass or to fail. Are there any questions or comments about that?
The only comment I had, Mr. Chair, was I believe when we were rewriting our regulations as far as votes under the bylaw, our intent was to make a majority be a majority of sitting members, not members present at a meeting. But in review, it appears that we did not adequately change our regulation to reflect that, if I remember correctly. It was our intent to change it, so we needed 4 affirmative votes under our bylaw. Unfortunately, under the Wetlands Protection Act and CMR 310, it is just a majority of members present.
And Rich, I don't see how we could possibly take and have a different standard for it passing under our local bylaw than the state thing, since it's a concurrent application. So I'm glad, well, that might have been our thing. I'm glad we didn't. I'm distressed that we've been operating under a false premise for quite some time now. I think it's good that we're in sync with whatever the state regs are, for what's required for majority, because it's right in the state regs.
Correct.
It's question 2, is the failure to approve of a motion to approve an action in regard to the Inland Wetlands Act, or is it necessary to pass a motion to deny or to approve? And see Matt Morrow's email below for more information. And so the answer to this is first of all, he says if you have a motion to pass and it fails, then the motion is denied, and that's an action on the one hand. On the other hand, there's an Oyster Bay legal case. And Matt, you might want to talk about that a little more. And I was going to put this all in writing, and I apologize for not having the chance to do that today. Go ahead, Matt.
Okay, so essentially the way the Oyster Creek Bay decision would apply on this particular situation, you made a vote to approve, a motion to approve. The motion to approve did not pass. So the question was, did it require a motion to deny? Town council's, my contention was I felt it probably did. Town council said no. Essentially, the motion to pass, if it doesn't pass, then it's technically a denial. He said it could have been followed up by reconsideration, but if it wasn't, then technically it's considered a denial. The way the Oyster Creek Bay decision would hold here is that under a certain section on the judge's ruling and interpretation and clarifications, the motion to deny, the motion to approve, is going to wind up making the issue a denial that has no reasons for the denial in it, even though you guys discussed it during the course of the hearing. In order for me to include that in the denial order of conditions, it would have had to have been made in a motion saying, okay, well, we're going to deny this for these reasons. Boom, 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 boom. So what would wind up happening is the applicant could have the option of appealing both to Superior Court and to DEP, basically stating denial was issued with no real grounds spelled out in the denial narrative. The danger with that is going to court, there is a potential for the bylaw to be set aside because you did not cite any reasons in your denial narrative as to why the bylaw would have been more stringent than the state act. That's the basis for a bylaw being valid on any ruling that you make, that what you're applying under your bylaw is more stringent. We often do that with our determinations. We apply the bylaw very strictly. It'd be very hard to actually appeal one of those in Superior Court and win. But this is what Adam, I mean, we reviewed these situations for what, Bob, about an hour or two?
Yep.
We considered whether the hearing was technically closed. Adam said the case can be made because you voted. And the decision turned out to be final and definitive. Even though there was a defective form, it technically was a closed hearing. Even though the reasons for denial were discussed during the hearing, it was not issued in any ruling. Just like you can discuss things during a hearing for issuing an order of conditions. If you don't include it in your motion, it doesn't go into the motion. We've had instances on our own experiences where we had to, like Hemlock with the trees, 72 Hemlock. We had to have him come back in for a field change for planting the trees because it never made it into the motion, and hence I could not write it as a condition. So you made him come back for a field change to memorialize that, because even though he agreed to it in the hearing, or we discussed it in the hearing and didn't necessarily agree to it, it was not put in the form of a motion and a vote. So we had him come back for that. I mean, we've done that in the past. So
the lesson here is when we're denying things in the future, or if we're not passing something in the future, we should state in the motion, why we're denying it, or if I think it means that if we have in the future, if we have a motion to approve an application and it doesn't pass, we should probably take a second motion to deny and state in the motion, the reasons for the denial. That's what I came away from it, Matt, with. Do you agree with that or not?
I agree. In fact, if I were able to be at the meeting, which I was cursed with the power outage that night and didn't know really what was going on, if I had been there and saw that, my initial reaction would have been to pipe up and say, hey guys, make sure you follow this up with a motion to deny and state your grounds, because I have to write it in a denial narrative if you're going to deny.
Are there
But
any,
unfortunately, I wasn't there to do that.
but we did deny it at the last meeting. We did deny it, based on that 3-2 vote.
Right. But the motion was made to approve. It didn't state any reasons for denial.
I understand that.
So, we obviously should make sure that when I do these minutes, which I'm going to obviously have to really work on this with, the tape, that any of the reasons you guys were giving for the denial be clearly spelled out in the minute narrative. So when I send those minutes out, please review them closely to make sure I catch all the detail.
Thank you, Matt.
Mr. Chair.
The next question, did anyone have any comment or question about what we just said?
Yeah, did the attorney bring up Oyster Creek Bay specifically?
No, I brought it up.
Okay, because that was more of a timing case. That was not a improperly written denial. That was a denial issued after the statutory clock had run out.
That's correct. But if you look at the judge's footnotes, it speaks about why a bylaw can be vacated on different grounds.
Mm-hmm.
And I
But
went
the
over
grounds
that.
they vacated on were lack of action due to outside the statutory time.
Yes, I know, and that is correct. But unfortunately, also, but if you look at the judge's interpretations and his notes, in his notes, he states explicitly that a bylaw has to be more stringent than state regulations. And if it is not, then the bylaw would be vacated. And that's just not confined to the Oyster Creek decision. That's based on precedent. So what I posed to Adam Costa was, I have no denial narrative to write stating the reasons. So would this necessarily make it vulnerable to be vacated? His written response to me was, yes, I actually agree. There is the potential for that to happen.
I'm going to call on Jack Rabbit now.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, conversely, if we determine that we want to bypass one of our bylaws and, say, guess what, you can do something inside of 25 feet instead of 50 feet, are we then required to write up our reasoning for allowing that? Is that part of this, requirement?
As far as, you mean like a waiver?
Yeah, if we waiver, we have to provide reasonable, relief to that waiver. We have to, basically explain why we don't think it'll cause any harm.
Oh, that's the applicant to assert why it wouldn't cause any harm, and you guys to either agree with it or not. It's the applicant that has to ask for the waiver.
I remember putting that in the regulations. I remember that Carl insisting that go in the regulations, that the burden is on the applicant to specify the reasons.
Right, to prove that they have no other alternative.
That's exactly correct, Jack.
And then we have the right to come back and assert that you do have an alternative and it's viable. So if we're going to bypass and agree with it, we have to provide, if the town has voted for, well, in this case, whether it's our own bylaws, our own regs, we have to provide some sort of a document that says this is the reason why we're doing this.
That's an assertion on your part, Jack.
Well, I'm just carrying it to the logical conclusion that you'd have to do it the other way as well, from the other side of it, in that we would have to provide, if we declined, that we would have to provide a full write-up to explain why we declined it, right? Doesn't it work both ways?
Well, normally when you do an order of conditions, if you guys do special conditions or do anything like that, you always spell it out in your motions.
Right.
And those special conditions are actually added and documented into the order. So we're already doing that by putting it into the order.
Right. But by declining something in the past, we've basically declined. We have to now provide reasons for the.
You always have given reasons for declining.
Written.
Yeah, I cite as an example the determination from Marley Dixon.
Okay.
You basically declined her screen porch. There was a denial written for that, and an approval written for the remainder of what she wanted, which was the fence. So in a sense, when I issued it, I had to issue under the bylaw portion that her request was denied. So if it was an order of conditions, I would have had to have stated explicitly why the order was denied. When you deny a request, you're simply just not answering her question. So you denied her request for a determination on the shed part and told her she will, basically what that's telling her, if she wants to take it up again, she should file an NOI. That's kind of like doing it without giving someone a positive, which I have seen before.
Okay.
And the reason why it was done that way was because you approved part of her request, but denied to consider the request on the other part because you didn't think you could meet it under your bylaw under an RDA, but you didn't want to issue a positive.
Okay, can we move on?
You go. I'm sorry, Bob. We can go this all night. Okay.
Question 3 was, does the current COVID emergency have any impact on the ability of commissioners to use Mullins forms for more than one public hearing? No, it does not. If at a meeting, the commission defeats a motion to approve an NOI application and does not continue the hearing, could the commission take additional votes on the NOI at future meetings? If they're within 21 days of the last hearings, like to reconsider the vote or any of that other stuff? And his answer was no. His answer was no, that you can't, after you take the vote, if the if the hearing's not still going, you can't have votes to reconsider, at an additional meeting in the future, even though it's within 21 days.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Okay, number 3, with regard to the Mullins, I've always, under the impression, if we didn't attend the prior meeting, we had to fill out a form saying that we had either done the videos or did the research, read the minutes or whatever.
Yep.
Those Mullins forms had to be submitted at the time of, and I didn't bring it up tonight during some of the hearings, but we made some votes where members were not there. And while they verbally said they had, which we did in the past, we didn't collect
In my
that.
view, so long as they submit the forms, Jack, these are extraordinary times.
Yeah.
We have remote meetings.
Right. And I guess that's what I was asking. If he says that doesn't relieve us of the requirement to have the Mullins form, I don't know.
That wasn't the
just
question
trying
I
to
asked. If you
understand.
want me to ask that question, I'll ask at, I have another meeting with the guy, with Adam Costa on September 28th or at the end of this month, the last week of this month.
We all have blank forms. You sign it, take a picture, send it to Matt, and you're good, I think.
Yeah, just mail it just hard mail it to me.
Yeah.
Bob, if I recall, the question was if you missed more than one meeting.
Yeah, and the answer to that was, Jack's addressing a question I didn't ask.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to ask that, at our next session with Adam Costa.
Thank you.
Because I think it's a reasonable question.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I got it straight for the minutes.
Yep. Are there any other comments about this thing? Because then I was going to take and call up the previous meetings we had with Adam Costa.
Sure.
All right. So then previously I sent a bunch of questions, which I believe I shared these questions with the commission in advance.
Yeah.
Those are a couple months back, Bob?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you had.
I shared those in advance with the because there was a question about let's see. Aha. All right, so I found it. Let me share the screen. I can go over his responses to those, and I apologize for not putting all this in writing in advance. Can you see now this a letter to Adam Costa on your screen?
Yeah.
So generally, I had a question about, where we could put a gate on Old Stagecoach Road. And basically, the upshot of this is there's two parcels. There's a parcel in the front, the Matthew parcel, and then there's a parcel in the back on Old Stagecoach Road, the Hirsch parcel, and the Hirsches. I'm going to go and speak with the Hirsches. I'm going to communicate somehow directly with the Hirsches, and talk to them about, see if we can reach a mutually agreeable location to put a gate next on their property, because they may have the ability to take and use Old Stagecoach Road to get to the back end of their property, because their property runs along Old Stagecoach for quite a while. I asked about requests for an update and possible next steps or a new approach on the McCann property acquisition. And when we met last at the end of of September, on September 30th. He said he was gonna send a more sternly worded letter to the person, who has inherited the McCann property about, pay your taxes so we can take it, or we'll go back to taking it, by tax, by tax title, through back taxes. We discussed the acquisition of 250 Howard rear through tax title or purchase. 250 Howard is that parcel in the back, that if we acquire it, it would give us great access to the Northwest Town Forest. Said in actual fact, conservation commissions have the ability to take and accept land without town meeting action, or even to purchase land without town meeting action. We just need permission from the Board of Selectmen. Because I said, 250 Howard has been in tax title several times in the past, and they've always paid it off, and it's come back out. And so I'm saying if that happens, we should go and see if we can't use our trust funds to purchase it, because we should be able to cover the purchase price, using our trust funds. They sent a letter to Fire Road 12, or at least we approved the letter, a final letter, and I assume it's been sent. I'll ask for an update at the next meeting. We approved the letter for correspondence to Townsend Harbor Road. I assume it's been sent, but I don't know that for a fact. Our statements and promises made by the applicant during the public hearing that are not included in the order of conditions or motion enforceable. And I believe he said that basically they were met. Is that your memory?
I'm sorry, can you say that again? I was in the middle of typing.
I'm sorry. Our statements and promises made by the applicant during the public hearing that are not included in the order of conditions or in the motion, are they enforceable? My recollection is he said, well, basically, yeah. You got to be documented, but they can't be making promises during the meeting and then say, well, we're not going to do that because you didn't put it in the order of conditions.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what he said, that if they make promises,
Rich brought this up after the thing about that it came up at the planning board where it was said during the public hearings that Danny would put up the berm the very first thing, and he didn't do it, and so on and so forth.
right, and that actually could have been applicable to 72 Hemlock too.
Yep.
Which again is a reason why I need to ensure that when the minutes are written on the October 7th meeting, that everything is spelled out properly.
Number 7, if an applicant requests a continuance of the public hearing and the staff or chair states they do not need to be present or they cannot be present due to a conflict, can the commission ask on the application the applicants without violating the applicant's due process rights? Yes. Basically, what we learned there is that neither Matt nor myself should be telling an applicant they don't need to be there. And Matt developed a draft form, which he's going to ask people to sign, that says, that asks for a continuance, if they're not going to be there, but it's going to state on the form that we can't guarantee that the commission won't take action, in their absence.
Right, and I'm even issuing those like post-meeting, like the applicants we continue tonight. They're going to be getting a form in their email to sign and send back to me.
Super.
Consenting to the continuance. That's going to be a standard practice moving. Well, actually, I started it at the last meeting.
So I apologize for telling that applicant that they didn't need to, or authorizing Matt to tell the applicant they didn't need to be present. That was a mistake, and it won't happen again, at least by me. Could the chair decline to entertain a motion acting on the application in such an instance? He said basically yes, that the chair has wide power to entertain or not entertain motions. That the chair's role is to keep the focus of the meeting where it ought to be. Having said that, that will never be my intention to to use that power to try and thwart the will of the majority. To me, if the majority of the commission wants to do something, we should be doing it. So, and number 8 was the excavator once offered to clear out and reestablish. And so that was the letter I referred to earlier tonight. We punted on number 9. The town has a right of way on Northwest Town Forest over abutting lands. I attached the deed and the plan. What steps should the town take with the owners? If any, should the town, if the Conservation Commission were to decide they want to establish or reestablish a cart path through the right of way to allow citizens meaningful access to the Northwest Town Forest. So we didn't discuss that because he hadn't had a chance to look at it. So that's under communications. And also there was one other thing I wanted to share. I sent a lengthy, I'd like to take and develop a web page that's associated with the Conservation Commission's webpage that shows, and I will send this meeting out. That I'll copy the email to the commission right after the meeting to take and show all that focuses on conservation lands and trails. It takes, and it will have a copy of our land use policy, overall map of the town that shows where all the trails are, a map of each conservation land showing where the trails are on that land, and and talks about the grant and what people can do to help, implement the grant. And so those were the communications I wanted to take up at this time. Is there anything else, any other communications we need to know about?
The chair,
I'm looking for, is there any public Ken?
I just had one question that relates to what you were just talking about.
Yep.
You would talk to Adam Burney about putting a layer on the assessor's map.
And he said, yes, that was no problem.
Okay.
And
And
I'm
that
gonna
sort
have
of,
MRPC develop that.
okay, because that sort of
Okay.
relates to that same thing that you were just talking about.
Yep.
So,
And I'm also though trying to get Adam to find out what would it cost us for him to take and put a button on the assessor's trail where you could click it
yeah,
on the assessor's map and it would automatically update your position.
yeah. I think it
Right
kinda
now, the assessor's website will take and show your position, but then is static until you push that button again.
Okay,
Or you
all right.
can't like follow your progress along the trails in real time.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, that
Or
would
you
be
could-
cool.
You could take, so once you have the trail there, you'll be able to see where you are, but it
Right.
won't automatically update. So I want them to ask, what would it cost, to automatically update the location? So it would be like an interactive trails map, trails app. So
That's
that
already
people can
existing.
use, when they're out there.
Yeah.
Because the beauty of using the assessor's website is it shows all the property lines.
Right. So you know where you are in relation to the property line.
Property lines, yeah.
Beautiful. That's great.
Cool.
There any other questions or comments? Any public comment from the public? None. Any public comment from the commission? None. The next meeting is November 4th.
I'm sorry, Bob, I did have one quick comment.
Yeah, absolutely, Richard.
Just wanted to welcome Jeff Viviano to the commission. Hopefully it's all he thought it was going to be, as it's after 11 o'clock now. One thing that other lake members had done was filed the conflict of interest forms with the Board of Selectmen, the disclosures. I just wanted to make sure that he was aware of that form and should be filing it with the Board of Selectmen. As I didn't file it, I don't remember exactly what form, but I know both you and Jack had filed them.
Yeah, and Jeff, I'll send you a copy of the forms that I filed. I know Tommy Bertram did that for me when I joined, and I found it to be very helpful.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
And speaking of which, thank you, Richard. So, Michael, what did you think?
You guys do a lot of work. I have to say that this is an amazing body in our town, and I wish everybody knew all of the work that you all put into this in order to make the town work successfully. So I really applaud you all. And I feel honored being invited into this group. I hope I can provide a small part in what you seem to do on a monthly basis for the town. So once again, I'm listening to everything. I'm trying to absorb everything that you all do, and I hope I can contribute in the meetings to come.
And Michael, when you're comfortable, I welcome your participation, in the questions and answers to applicants.
Thank you, Bob. And thank to everyone for once again letting me come into this group. I'm just overwhelmed at all of the work, the detail that you have to be aware of in order to make judgments and rulings for the betterment of the environment. And that's a great forum. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you for putting your time in, and I hope you'll continue.
Thank you. Thank you.
Michael, if you can send me an email to the office so I can lock it in and put you on the distribution list for agendas, minutes, etc., so you can review all those documents as well.
All right. And as to your office, Matt?
Yeah.
Or what's your email?
lcc@lunenburgonline.com.
Rich Birch.
I just had one other quick comment. I did notice that 72 Peninsula Drive was the first town portal application that went out to all of the town boards for approval, and would really like to see us trying to transfer over to getting our application information from the portal, which I think would certainly help Matt and alleviate a lot of his work in duplicating, moving the documentation from the portal over to the cloud, because the applicants are submitting all of their plans and applications and revisions to the town portal. So if we start using the portal to get our application meeting information, then Matt doesn't have to double up on the work.
Yeah, I'm actually still working on that. That's going to wind up being an overwinter project once things slow down. There's still a few bugs in the portal that Bernie and I are working out. So, but you people have started using the portal. There are other files that probably aren't showing up. You have to look them up, and that's one of the bugs. But we're working that out.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it just lessens your work. So,
yeah.
Matt, did you say things are going to slow down?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I just knocked on wood in my head.
Okay.
Hey, we're doing good. It's only 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
All right.
It's not Thursday yet.
Yeah.
Then I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
so moved.
Second.
Roll call vote. Ken Jones,
Aye.
Rich Birch,
Aye.
Kay Childs,
Aye.
Jack Rabbit,
Bye.
Jeff Viviano,
Aye.
and I for myself. Good night, all.
Hey, Jack.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Night.
Jack,
Yeah.